Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. What I want to do first, let me just talk to counsel just for a second. Well, before we get going, I just kind of wanted to remind everybody that there is a media order that has been issued on this case. And for some of the media and the individuals who've been here for the last couple of weeks, I'm sure are familiar with it. But I know there's a constant people coming in and out. So I just want to remind everyone that there is a specific media order that's been issued on this case, and that everybody is presumed to have reviewed it and agreed to it. So if there are any violations or problems with that, we'll have to deal with it. But I just kind of wanted to remind everybody, especially people who may have just come into the courtroom recently. So if you have any questions about what that order is, you can speak to any of the court officers. They have a copy of it. We can get a copy of it to everybody who needs to see it and review it. All right, and with that, what we'll do is we're going to go, the defendant, excuse me, had filed a motion for addition to the witness list, to add to the witness list regarding a Ms. Thorndike. So what I'm going to do first, I'll hear from the defendant, then I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, basically, as the motion speaks for itself, there is a woman, her name is Emily Thorndike, who's a LACSW here in Massachusetts. She owns and is an independent operator of her own clinical social work establishment called Wise Mind Therapy. Your Honor has her resume. She graduated from Dover Urban High School, received the Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from Hartwick College, master's degree from BC, 2019, is licensed in Massachusetts. And interestingly enough, she did work at the McLean Hospital in the very short-term unit that the doctor was testifying that Lindsay was in for 5 days in January of 22 into 23. She worked for 5 years as a mental health specialist from May of 2014 to May of 2019. She was a clinical social worker manager of that unit from 2019-2021. So she's basically got about 7 years and 7 months of experience working in that unit for a majority of that period of time, full-time employee, and then for 1 year as a supervisor. She left, as the court is aware from the motion. I vetted her out. I obviously would be concerned if there's any so-called axe to grind, if you will, any lawsuits pending. Were you fired? Did you have any difficulties? Any claims for harassment, hostile workplace? Absolutely nothing. She has friends that are still employees that still work at McLean. And I do not know this woman. I have literally never met her. Her involvement in this case came about after one of the prosecutors, I don't recall which, made it out on direct examination that McLean is some kind of a five-star institution where the doctors, the psychiatrists, the psychotherapists, the counselors were all banging into each other in the hallway trying to interview Ms. Clancy, who was just blithely refusing care and treatment, which is not the case. Patrick testified as to his observations. The court is aware that Patrick's testimony clearly in all fours landed on the fact that it was clear to him that there was no staff that was available other than kids behind plexiglass on their cell phones. She colored. She took walks. There was no therapy. She didn't speak to any therapists or counselors. So now the jury is left with that image that McLean is purportedly some kind of a five-star hospital because they're affiliated, quote unquote, with Harvard, which you from your practice, I'm sure, as I know from my practice, is as far from the truth as can be possible, in my opinion. But it doesn't matter what my opinion is. I could cross-examine somebody till the cows come home. It doesn't matter. This woman posted a video on TikTok, which, much like yourself, I'm sure, I hardly know what TikTok is, but I received an email from one of the very, very active people in the community of TikTok saying, look, you got to check this video out. So I did. This is about a week ago, maybe longer now. When I saw her video saying that she could not stand for, and I quote, the lies and the misrepresentations from that witness stand about McLean Hospital, I then said to my private investigator, Bob Jones, I said, Bob, I can't find this woman because she had a pseudonym name or whatever. He went, we wrote, he called her, left messages. She never got back to us for like 3 days. He went to her house. He sat out in front of her driveway. She came home from work. They interacted. He waved, didn't want to scare her. And she said, I thought, and oh, by the way, I believe that my wife had written her a letter as well, because she's a nurse and was trying to reach out to her to have her get in touch with me, to no response. She then tells Bob, I thought you guys were all AI. I didn't know that you were real. I thought it was spam. He then gave me her number. I spoke to her. She told me exactly what I put in the affidavit or in the motion, and she is available, ready, willing, and able to testify to an employee's observations over 7 years, including as a supervisor, as to what woeful environment McLean Hospital offers, especially on holidays, such as major holidays like New Year's, which is fine. We all enjoy New Year's. But nevertheless, New Year's, the day after, that weekend, Monday, nobody was there. And I think it's important to rebut the inference that was created through the examination by the DA.
All right, Mr. Brake, let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask the Commonwealth kind of the same thing. What's the relevance? What's the argument for the relevance of what McLean's was, at least because she wasn't there for about a year, if I looked at the motion. Is that correct? No, that's all right.
Yeah, that's true. She left. She has her own business now, and she left, but it was just a year.
Yeah.
There's no change in the circumstances from Lindsay going into that hospital on New Year's of 2022 to 23, and this woman's work experience where she left a year before. And I agree with you. This would have been a non-issue were it not for the flavor of the government's repeated argument that she was a person who was spurning health care, didn't want health care, had the opportunity, and she walked away from the opportunity, which, as I say, is as far from the truth as possible. So I think it is now, because of their questioning, squarely before the jury, to leave that impression. And the woman that was the doctor from McLean was just a pleasure. She was just a lovely, lovely woman and testified as best she could in the case. But they're left with the impression that McLean is this wonderful place that she just did not have any interest in utilizing what was available to her. That was not available to her. And she's testifying to custom, practice, and her observations over 7.5 years.
Is there another alternative to get there? Someone who actually works there or worked there during this time period? It's the time period that...
A year?
One of the things that, well, yeah, but things can change in a year, you know?
I don't think so at McLean.
I don't know so. I guess that's the question. I don't know so. That would be, that's one of the things I may have to wrestle with, but that's kind of what I was asking, whether or not there is, or I understand the argument.
Okay.
And I understand the argument regarding relevance, but if we're talking about staffing or the availability of programs and how that work, this witness is a gap there. I guess that's all. I'm wondering if there's another way to get there.
So, you know, the realities of trial practice, if you're the government, you send summonses, you have people come to your office, you're interviewing witnesses. If you're the defense, they run for the hills. For example, one motion I'm bringing with you is merely looking for pediatric records that I have had to have Bob Jones go and try to get them, HIPAA forms, everything, and they're avoiding us horribly. And I'm going to have a contempt hearing request very shortly. But the point I'm getting at is, if they want to reach out to McLean, I'm sure that McLean administration would bend over backwards to give them every record that they would need as to how many employees they had, what their work records were, their doctors, their counselors, all available I know I can't get it. So I'm suggesting to Your Honor that this is an opportunity for a person who worked there for all those years, who does not have any dog in the fight, to testify to what her observations were clearly within her time frame. She left a year before Lindsay went in there on New Year's. So I certainly agree with that. Cross-examination, they could get records if they wish, but I think it is relevant. I think it's material, and I think it has to be used to rebut the inference that was raised.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would object to the witness, the late disclosed witness. In addition to the obvious Rule 14 issues, the fact that we didn't have notice of this individual, there's been no discovery other than what's contained in the affidavit and what we could identify from this woman's TikTok video. There's no report from the investigator who admittedly by counsel has spoken to this witness, this individual. Aside from that, we have a number of other issues with this witness. One is this isn't somebody that's proposed to be an expert, so they're not relieved, they wouldn't be relieved of a sequestration order, but this woman's TikTok, admittedly, she's been following the trial. She goes on for several minutes in a very long TikTok video where she identifies what she thinks are lies based on her observations of Patrick Clancy's testimony. We have no idea what her thoughts are or what her comments are on the rest of the trial that we assume she's watched based on her comments in this particular video. That she outlines in this video her experiences at McLean and her observations and how they are different from what was portrayed in that particular witness's testimony. But in the course of this trial, we not only have that particular witness's testimony, we have records from McLean, and the records speak for themselves about what she was offered, what she did, what she declined, what the contact was with each and every person who wrote a note in that record. But this witness admittedly wasn't there, had no contact, has no knowledge of the case in of itself. And in this case, Your Honor, we deal with facts. We're presenting facts to the jury. We're not presenting somebody's opinion about what kind of care the defendant got during her stay at McLean. That's not what this trial is about. That's not what it should be about. And if it wants to play out in the court of public opinion, that's fine, but not inside the walls of these courtroom. So this person who said that she cares about Lindsay in this video, whether other people do or don't, this person who said that the prosecution of this case is an abomination, this person who said that the health profession needs to be held responsible for their care of the defendant, that's not a witness that presents facts to this jury. And I would also agree that there is a problem with what relevant testimony that she could give. There is no indication that what her experiences were in those 7 years up until December of 2021 are exactly the same as they would have been when the defendant was at that short-term unit at McLean. And the defense had the opportunity to ask that of Dr. Goodhart, and he didn't. So there is...
Wait a minute. I think she said, I don't know what the staffing was. Didn't she say, I don't know how many people were on? I don't know if it was a skeleton crew?
She said on that particular weekend she didn't know what the staffing was.
Well,
but she wasn't asked
That's the only weekend we're talking about.
Right, but now he wants to make this an issue about the practices and the common practice of the hospital, but that was not a question that was asked of her, nor would Your Honor necessarily have permitted it where he was trying to tailor the testimony to the exchanges with the defendant. So to then have the witness available to answer those questions that was at the facility during that time period, and then not take that opportunity and offer this subsequent witness and call it a rebuttal witness, it's not a fair line of examination. It's not a fair line of rebuttal where she wasn't there during the time period. So we would object for all of those reasons.
I mean, just so everybody knows where I'm going, I can't imagine that that witness would be allowed to give her, in a sense, review of McLean's. If it's 5-star and she may say it's 2-star, you know, this is not TripAdvisor. I wouldn't allow that.
And no one...
But the question seems to be, for me, a closer call about what the standard staffing and programs may be available on a holiday weekend. Because the Commonwealth's witness said, I don't know that. And that seems to be something that maybe the parties could come to an agreement about establishing, either, there's got to be somebody who's still working there that says the weekend, 2 weeks, the weekend after this wasn't a holiday, we have X amount of people there. We have X amount of programs that are available. On the holiday weekend, we do or we don't. To me, that's where the battle on this motion is. I do understand the Commonwealth's objections regarding allowing people who watch the trial to then say, I disagree with it, and I want to testify about what I disagree with. That's troubling, but I'm talking about the facts on this thing. And that's if it was anything other than those kind of facts, and this witness had not worked there, I'm not sure we'd even be having this hearing.
And I would suggest that counsel indicated that in trial practice that people are reluctant to give information to the defense. But there are avenues, procedural avenues, that he could pursue to get that information involving the court or involving subpoenas, in which there's been no indication that he's actually tried to do. And again, I would suggest to the court that we have the McLean records from that time period in evidence, and they are the best evidence of the contact that people there, staff that were there that day, had, or those 4 days, had with the defendant on that day. So from the perspective of if there's missing information, there are avenues he could pursue if he wants to rebut it. I would suggest that this person's testimony is not relevant because they weren't there. And I would agree that the better option, if defense wants to present this as a rebuttal, would be from somebody that is there, but he doesn't have that. And so for those reasons, this motion should be denied.
And you don't have to commit to this at all, but it seems to me that it would be a very simple solution to get the staffing records or somebody at McLean's who can testify to this. What was the program availability on mid-December weekend, if you went in there, as opposed to the weekend of New Year's? And it may be no different whatsoever, and that kind of eliminates the argument. So I think probably the best way to deal with this is to maybe have a voir dire of this witness in regards to what, so then the record's clear too. But it also allows the parties to consider while we're setting this up, maybe there's another way to do it, a lesser alternative, so to speak, that would reduce the prejudice to both parties. So
again, I don't know how a voir dire of this particular witness, who clearly wasn't there and didn't have contact with the facility during that time period, would answer Your Honor's questions. But I do agree.
Maybe we can find out. I can ask the questions, and we could see. I understand the problem that I kind of had as the case was going. The individual that was probably, you would anticipate, could talk about the staffing, the difference of a holiday weekend and a non-holiday weekend, said she wasn't aware of that. So,
well, I don't know that she said she wasn't aware of the difference. She said she wasn't aware of who was there on that weekend because she wasn't working that weekend. So I think there's a slight distinction in that. But again, the witness was available. Counsel could have crossed her on that, subject to any sort of objection, and we could have addressed it at that time when the witness was on the stand. But again, that witness is under summons, and if counsel wants to recall her, he can. There are avenues that he could pursue if he wants to pursue this line of rebuttal that's short of calling this particular witness that's been proposed, is the point that the Commonwealth wishes to express.
So I'm going to take this under advisement. I want to review it. But I'm inclined, just so everybody can kind of maybe make some idea where we may go with this, I'm inclined to have a voir dire with this witness or some other witness. So maybe the defendant can get somebody who hasn't watched the trial, because I do understand there's an issue regarding sequestration, but that may be a function of a trial like this that's being broadcast. How do we guard against that? But that's not going to affect really the relevance, the prejudice, the determinations I have to make, under, really under all the rules, 401, 403, all of those considerations that I have to make. So I'm inclined to do that unless the parties can think of I won't say better alternative, that's not fair to this witness, a different alternative that might address everybody.
We're going to be able to agree on anything, Judge, so it would really be up to
I know, but
the referee to make a decision.
Right. What I'm trying to do is put that out there. If the parties can agree, I think the three of you know me. I don't have a problem making a decision. I really don't. But I just kind of wanted to give everybody that opportunity to maybe craft a solution. And if I have to do it, that's kind of what I'm saying by saying I'm taking under advisement. So I'll let the parties know.
I may just ask,
Sure.
Your Honor, if you're reviewing this, taking under advisement, that you do look in more detail at those records, the McLean Hospital
Sure.
records,
Yeah.
and current evidence, so that Your Honor can see the extent of the contact, the extent of the notice of people who actually dealt with her. Because again, that is the issue. That is the factual issue here, is the contact that she actually had, not what maybe she wasn't offered at other points, but what she had while she was there. So I ask that you just review.
All right. I'll review that. I'll review my notes regarding the doctor who testified from McLean's, and then we can deal with this. This would be a witness that would be called later in the trial anyway, so it'll give me a chance to do that, review that, get a decision to the three of you, and then we can, depending what happens, either schedule a voir dire or go from there. All right? But all right, thank you for everybody for kind of agreeing to argue this a little bit earlier, so it gives me a chance to review the records and the arguments. All right, with that now, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Come on.
All rise. Doors entering.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed? proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for your patience. I told you we got a little late start, but I appreciate you waiting for us. And so what I'm going to do is going to go through those questions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about the schedule, and then we'll get right back into the trial. So first question, as you all know by this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Second question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to today's schedule, I'll probably be wrong again, but the best aspect, I think it'll probably be similar to yesterday, okay? So we'll go, return to the case, we'll take a break, hopefully around 11, take a break from 1 to 2, and then we'll go into the afternoon depending on how the case testimony goes. And then at the end of the day, I'll try to remember, bring counsel over here, we'll talk about kind of where we are on the timeline of the case, where we are kind of scheduled for the week and going forward. So I'll try and give you that hopefully this afternoon before I send you home. All right, so with that, we're going to return. There was a witness, Ms. Paul was on the stand. The Commonwealth had finished their direct examination, and we're about to begin cross-examination of that witness. So I would ask the witness if the witness could retake the stand, please. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Nurse Paul.
Good morning.
And if I understand, you now live and perhaps work in New Hampshire, is that right?
That's correct.
And are you still doing the same type of work that you were doing with the social health?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Very good. You obviously are a very, very dedicated person to this field, if you will, and helping people that are pregnant women after they had birth and during that postpartum period, right?
Correct.
You work with Lindsay, and the reason you were involved with Lindsay is because, if I understand it correctly, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother, Sue, works with a friend of yours.
Correct.
So basically, Sue asked her friend if she could reach out and have you kind of step in and help out.
That's correct.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And you stepped up and you treated this woman, obviously, with care and professionalism, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would like to offer the records from Social Health, if I could.
Objection? No objection. Those records may be admitted.
Exhibit 222.
And in the course of your treatment of Lindsay, actually, you went so far as to give you a cell phone, if I'm correct. Is that right?
She did have my cell phone because I called her on my day off. Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you very much for your care.
All right. Counsel, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Rebecca Delata as its next witness, please.
morning, ma'am. Stop right there and raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the only issue and the chair of everyone Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Rebecca Gelada.
And how do you spell your last name for the record?
Jollota.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And what kind of training and education did you do in order to become a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
Thank you. I have my bachelor's degree from the University of Connecticut in Allied Health Sciences. I then went on to get my master's actually in counseling psychology in 2013 from William James College in Newton. I worked in the mental health field as a clinician in various positions for a time. Then I went back to school. I've been an RN in Massachusetts since 2017. I got my MSN in 2019, at which time I became a licensed and credentialed psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And where is that? Here in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Are you licensed anywhere else?
No.
And so can you tell us a little bit about your work history?
Sure. I have worked in as a detox nurse at McLean. I have worked as a therapist in outpatient clinicians prior to becoming a nurse. I have worked in DMH respite facilities, and now I'm a nurse practitioner.
And when you were a therapist doing outpatient therapist, was that something you were doing on your own as a social worker, or were you associated with a practice?
It was part of my training after I got my master's in counseling in 2013. So I had a panel of patients, but I was under the supervision of a licensed provider. It was up towards getting my licensure.
And where do you currently work?
South Shore Health.
And how long have you worked for South Shore Health?
Since 2021.
And how did you come to work at South Shore Health? What was the role that you started?
I had been working sort of in general practice as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, but I was interested in working in women's mental health specifically. And at that point, I was getting training to become more specialized in it. And when a job opportunity became available, I applied for it.
And what kind of training is that you were doing to be more specialized in women's health?
So Postpartum Support International is the certifying body so that somebody can become certified in perinatal mental health. I did the 2-day, well, actually it was a 2-day training plus a 3rd day specifically for the psychopharmacology track of it, and then I took a examination and passed the examination.
And so are you certified by the Postpartum Support International?
I am.
Now, as far as the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, how did you become affiliated with that?
That was the job I applied to in 2021.
Okay. And so when you came to the clinic, who was running the clinic or who was the director?
Julie Paul.
And as far as the clinic itself, what is the clinic's, what's the patient base, or who does the clinic service?
So we specialize in working with women who are pregnant and postpartum up to 2 years after the birth of their most recent baby. We offer medication management. We have a clinician on staff to do counseling. We have a few nurses that work in our program. We work with moms for any range of psychiatric disorders, including addiction.
And when we talk about the range of psychiatric disorders in women who are postpartum, what are we talking about?
Postpartum depression, anxiety, postpartum psychosis, bipolar disorder, panic disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder.
And so you mentioned postpartum psychosis. Have you yourself had the experience of treating women with postpartum psychosis?
I have, yes.
And how many patients approximately over the course of the last 5 years?
Approximately 5.
And how about postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety?
Hundreds.
And in the range of services that the clinic offers and the work that you do you oftentimes collaborate with other community providers to offer additional referrals or services to patients if they need it?
We do.
And how about when somebody appears before you and you believe they need a higher level of care than what you can offer? Do you have relationships with hospitalization programs, or are you able to make referrals to for people for those services?
Yes.
Is that pretty common practice?
Yes.
And you mentioned that one of the services or one of the things offered to patients at the clinic is medication management.
Yes.
Is that a big part of what you do as a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
It is.
And what kind of training do you receive in order to be a prescriber?
So in order to be a prescriber, it's part of my master's in nursing. So you take courses like in advanced pharmacology, advanced health assessment, pathophysiology. It's part of the coursework of my degree, and then you actually have to take a certification exam, and you have to pass the exam. You have to go on and get a DEA license, a Massachusetts controlled substance license. You have to go on and get your advanced practice registered nursing license. So it's education and certification and licensure.
And so you've done the education, you did the certification, and do you have all the licensures that you just described here in Massachusetts?
I do.
And you also mentioned part of the services of working with social workers in the clinic. And what do the social workers do?
They provide short-term counseling to patients, again, because we specialize in up to 2 years postpartum. They could be available to provide counseling during that phase.
And traditionally, postpartum period is a year after birth, right?
Correct.
So why does the clinic offer support for women up to 2 years?
We do acknowledge that while the highest risk period is the first 3 months postpartum, some women can struggle later on in the first year. They may have symptoms that emerge 9-10 months in, so we want to really be able to cover them and treat them if that happens and get them stable.
And does it sometimes take some time to get a person stable?
Absolutely.
And would that be why the program or your program goes up to 2 years?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to a particular patient, Lindsay Clancy. You're familiar with that patient?
I am.
And how did you become involved with the care of Lindsay Clancy?
I became involved, she had initially seen Julie, and Julie was going to be leaving the clinic in December, and she wanted somebody to take care of Lindsay, again, longer term, since she would be leaving.
And at that time in 2022, when Julie was leaving, how many psychiatric nurse practitioners were at the clinic?
3.
And that includes Julie?
Yes.
And so who was the other nurse practitioner?
Andrea Warden.
And fair to say you had a conversation with Julie about transferring care of this particular patient?
Yes.
And did you have more experience than the other nurse practitioner in the field, if you know?
Not necessarily.
Okay. But as far as taking Lindsay on as a patient, you were agreeable to taking over for Julie?
Yeah, in all likelihood, Andrea Warden only works 2 days at our clinic, so it could have been that I was working 5 days at that time, so I would have been more available.
So do you recall when the first contact you had with Lindsay Clancy, what date it was?
It was November 29th, 2022.
And so that was prior to Julie actually leaving, right?
Correct.
And fair to say, on that November 29th date, you had an actual follow-up with Lindsay.
I did.
Do you recall if it was virtual or was it in person?
I recall that it was virtual.
Okay. And in the practice of the clinic, is there an option for patients to do in-person or face-to-face
Yes.
in-person visits? And how does it come about that a person is either in person or virtual?
Our model is that we do initial assessments in person. Because new motherhood is very busy, there's a lot going on, we would rather see you than not. And so sometimes it is just easier to log on to a screen. Sometimes if we feel like someone would benefit from that face-to-face assessment, we'll say, please book your next appointment in person. And I know I did see Lindsay in person on at least one occasion, but my first was virtual.
And as far as kind of that choice about whether a patient appears virtual or in person, is part of the calculus the patient's choice, what they want to have happen?
Yeah.
And if there were circumstances where you believed or insisted that an in-person
nuance of, oh, I'm a 2, I'm a 3, those of you Lake County, McHenry County, primarily level 2, just know we have thunderstorms that are severe approaching our area here this morning. The tornado risk is fairly low, although some of the storms out in eastern Iowa have produced some tornadoes, but this is the wind risk. And so this is a high potential for strong damaging winds to come our way with any storms. These storms have produced 70 and 80 mile per hour winds. You notice no tornado warnings in our area right now, but there are severe thunderstorm warnings out to the west. So I want to show you those because they're kind of cut off right along that I-39 corridor. One little tornado warning right here, still a ways away from the Chicago area, but the Freeport area under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So I fully expect there to be some severe thunderstorm warnings issued in our area this morning. This is one little severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Jasper County over in northwest Indiana for hail and some high winds there. That will expire within the next 15 minutes. I don't see any flash flood warnings for our area right now, but I just want to keep checking on that. So out to the west is where we are still seeing this bowing line. Notice how this is just kind of shaped. You think about a bow and arrow, it's kind of shaped like that bow. And we call it that with those strong gusty winds just pushing the leading edge of that system forward. And that's why we are expecting the potential for some damaging wind gusts in our area here this morning. There you see it once again with those severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Ton of lightning with these storms. So I don't want you to be caught off guard and be outside when these storms are approaching. You got to get inside when you start to hear that thunder, and certainly if you see some lightning. We don't have any of that in our area right now, but also monitoring the potential for hail. Where you see this purple, those are hail tracks. So we know that some of these severe thunderstorm warnings have been prompted not just by the strong gusty winds, but by the potential for some of that large hail to come in, and you can see the hail tracks out to the west. So we are going to continue to monitor these severe thunderstorm warnings. You see a variety of them in effect primarily west of I-39 right now. However, those storms are going to be coming into the Chicago area, and I fully expect that we will have some severe thunderstorm warnings within this severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect for our area until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, we will continue to keep you updated throughout the morning. Phil Schwartz is joining me in the ABC 7 Weather Center this morning should we need to have more updates as well. And like I said, we will continue to keep you posted. But at this time, while we don't have any storms in the area right now, this is a good time for you to download our ABC 7 app or make sure your phone is activated to receive weather alerts from the National Weather Service office. Have multiple ways to receive weather alerts throughout the day today. Have a good Tuesday.
I'm able to fall asleep for 2 hours, then I'm up for 3 hours in the middle of the night. And finding herself like in those 3 hours needing to take an Ativan to help her fall back asleep.
Now, when she said not appreciating much difference after taking it for 4 nights, in your training experience, is that something that you would normally see with that type of medication?
Yes, I wasn't surprised by that.
And for something like mirtazapine, or what's referred to as Remeron, right?
Remeron, yeah.
What class of drug is that?
It is a noradrenergic specific serotonin antidepressant. So it's slightly different than an SSRI. It does work on serotonin. It also works on the noradrenergic part is alpha receptors, which is what our body, those are the receptors that our body responds to adrenaline. So it should help kind of calm you down. And it also works on histamine receptors, which is why it can make people sleepy.
So for Remeron, the fact that it has a calming effect on somebody with anxiety, it's sometimes a good fit, right?
Correct, yep.
And for somebody who might be complaining of sleep issues, it also has that secondary component that could help.
Yeah, it is a good choice for somebody who's having depression with prominent anxiety, insomnia, decreased appetite, because it can also increase appetite, which sometimes we want to happen.
And based on your view of her course of treatment with the clinic, those were issues that had arisen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had noticed she had lost weight when she had gone to her PCP on October 20th. I believe she weighed like 130 pounds. On the 16th, when she went to the ED, she weighed 124 pounds, and they had done a pretty good medical workup on her with labs and everything, and she had reported like decreased appetite, so that was part of the clinical picture, and of course not sleeping and very anxious.
Okay, and so with a medication like Remeron or mirtazapine, does it take time to work or to see results?
Yes.
And typically, what's the time frame for that drug?
I usually tell patients 4 to 6 weeks at a given dose is really going to give us a good idea of what that dose is going to do. You may start to see improvements in the first 2 weeks, but full clinical benefit can take a month, sometimes 8 weeks even.
And you were aware prior to her coming to this follow-up appointment with you that she had been reporting after taking the Remeron feeling disoriented, forgetful, not feeling connected to the body, and anxious about whether she would actually sleep.
Correct.
And so were you aware that on November 28th that one of the nurses actually advised her to increase the Remeron?
I was.
And in addition to the medication, there was also the recommendation that she add some cognitive behavioral therapy to her treatment plan.
Yes.
And at that point on November 29th, by November 29th, were you aware of whether she had met with the social worker at the clinic?
She had not.
So did you have any indication that she had been engaging in some sort of cognitive behavioral or psychotherapy?
No.
Now, in relation to the medication piece of this follow-up, did you have any conversations with her about the concerns with the Remeron and what to do about that?
Yes, I did. I explained to her that it takes time to work, that it has only been 4 days. So I did encourage her to give it some more time. I also made additional recommendations as well.
Okay, and so what were the recommendations for?
I had known that Julie had tried like 5 milligrams of Ambien, so I had suggested maybe we could try 10, maybe we could try Ambien controlled release formulation, because she was having these wake-ups in the middle of the night. The controlled release, kind of like the outer layer gives you 60% of the dose, helps you sleep. Then throughout the night, the inner layer gives you 40% of the dose, keeps you asleep. I said that might be a good option while we're waiting for the Remeron to work. Because I was sort of thinking that maybe the underlying depression, anxiety was causing the poor sleep. So while we're treating that, let's try these alternatives.
Okay, and so was she receptive to the Ambien?
No.
And did she say why?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Did she express to you that she had some other concerns about taking certain types of medications for sleep, like benzodiazepines?
She did.
What did she say about that?
Was concerned about taking benzos, she had mentioned something called rebound anxiety. And what that is once the dose sort of wears off, your anxiety goes like above your baseline once the dose of a benzodiazepine wears off. It usually typically has to do with half-life of a medication. So for Ativan, that's usually between 8 and 24 hours. So if she's taking it in the middle of the night, the next morning she would feel more anxious. She was concerned about that. She also she was concerned about getting physically dependent on it because she had needed to take it for a number of nights.
And when she used the term rebound anxiety, was that her terminology?
Yes, it was.
And is that a terminology that you generally use in psychiatric care to describe that, what you just told us about?
Yeah, it's a clinical term.
And was that something that she mentioned first, or did you mention?
I put it in quotes in my notes, so that's usually when a patient mentions it, I put it in quotes.
Okay. And so as far as the plan to address the sleep and to help her with this complaint, with Ambien not a choice, what was your next recommendation?
I discussed hydroxyzine because it's an as-needed medication for anxiety, but it's not a benzodiazepine. Doesn't really carry that risk of rebound anxiety or tolerance or dependence, and it could help her sleep. So I offered that as an alternative as well.
Were you aware that she was offered hydroxyzine before?
I was not aware of that.
Was she willing to try the hydroxyzine?
No.
And so what was her preference?
Her preference was to continue with the mirtazapine, the Remeron 15 milligrams, and with the as-needed lorazepam.
And just so we kind of stay with the same terminology, when you're talking lorazepam.
Sorry, Ativan? Yeah.
Okay. And that was something that she expressed to you?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing with a patient, and obviously this is your first interaction with her, right? Mm-hmm. Do you take into account your contact and communication with them in assessing whether they have the ability to make these choices or make informed decisions?
Absolutely.
And so your conversation with her about her medication treatment that she had received and what you were proposing as a plan, was she able to engage with you in that conversation?
Yep.
And so when
it was collaborative.
And so when she declined the options that you first offered, did you then present her with alternatives?
I did.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, whose choice is it as to what medication regimen person would be on?
The patient.
And why is that?
Because they have autonomy in their decisions. I'm only making recommendations based on my education, experience, training, what I'm seeing in terms of symptoms. The patient has the autonomy.
Are there instances where you're dealing with a patient where you have concerns that they shouldn't have autonomy? Or that, maybe if I rephrase that question, are there instances where you're dealing with a patient where you're concerned that they don't have the ability to make the right choice for themselves?
There would be, yeah.
And what options do you have in those instances?
In those instances, I mean, that sort of comes down to like competency, capacity to make decisions. Sometimes we might get our legal or ethics team involved to make a determination about whether this patient needs like a healthcare proxy to make their decisions, things like that.
And what about if a person presents with a very serious risk to their own physical health or the health of others? What are your options then?
I guess it would depend, if they had capacity to make their decisions.
In your interaction with her on November 29th, did you also go through with her and perform a mental screening test or a mental status screening?
I did.
And why do you do that?
It gives me some objective data of how the patient presents, how is their speech, how's their appearance, what is their thought process, what's their thought content, things of that nature.
And in this meeting on November 29th of 2022, did you observe anything in which she displayed manic symptoms?
No.
And what traditionally are manic symptoms that you look for?
So there's a new mnemonic called DIGFAST. Try to do this quick. D is distractibility. Patient is highly distracted. to lots of extraneous stimuli. There is pressured speech, grandiosity. So like suddenly someone's like, I'm going to run for office. I'm going to be the president. And you're like, okay, you've never had an interest in that before. Sleep is really poor. So somebody might get like 2 hours of sleep, but be like, go, 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 go. Increased goal-directed activity. So somebody might be like painting the exterior of their house, painting the interior of their house. They might be, you know, doing a bunch of different projects with no like decompression time or feeling tired. Those are the general symptoms of mania. Sometimes there can be psychosis associated with it as well.
Okay, and so when you say mania and psychosis, are those two different things?
Yes.
And so are you also looking in these screenings to identify signs of psychosis?
Absolutely.
And what would be signs of psychosis usually?
Signs of psychosis, they can be sort of subtle. It might look like somebody's like responding to, you know, stimuli in their head, like based on the way that their eyes are kind of tracking and they're not really paying attention. They may be quite guarded. They may have a delusional thought process. Like, for example, they might think that like somebody's out to get them when there's really no like basis.
When you say responding to internal stimuli, is that generally when a person hears things, auditory hallucinations,
Yes.
or sees things that aren't there,
Correct.
visual hallucinations? And in addition to kind of watching for these things in your interaction, do you flat out ask somebody if they're experiencing those symptoms?
I do.
And in this first interaction that you had with Lindsay Clancy on 11/29, did she display any psychotic symptoms?
No.
What about assessing for suicidality? Do you do that as
do.
well? And what do you do for that?
I generally ask, you know, are you having any thoughts of wanting to hurt yourself or anybody else? And if the answer is yes, it sort of becomes a more in-depth assessment.
Do you go back and ask them about past thoughts?
Yes.
Whether they've articulated that? And in this case with Ms. Clancy, did she ever indicate whether she had a history of having suicidal thoughts or suicidal ideation?
She did not.
And how about homicidal ideation? Do you ask about that?
I do.
And in this instance, did she indicate whether she had any homicidal ideation or thoughts of harming other people?
No.
And as far as your observations of her presentation, like her mood and physically how she presented, did anything stand out to you as far as any of that?
She seemed anxious.
Okay.
Can I remember?
Okay, so as far as mood,
So I couldn't hear that.
Sorry, if she can finish her answer.
Sure, you done with that?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, all right.
so as far as mood, you noted her to be anxious, right?
Yes.
And you also look at a person's affect. And did you?
You're gonna have to answer yes or no.
Yes. Sorry.
You observed her affect to be consistent with her mood, which you identified as anxious, right? And you examined somebody for
Yes.
their,
Sorry.
that's okay, thought process, right?
Right.
And what did you observe her thought process to be?
I observed her thought process to be linear, meaning you could follow it, her train of thought easily, and goal-directed. She understood that she was there to be assessed for treatment. It seemed to be her goal.
And do you also perform other screenings like the generalized anxiety depression scale and the Edinburgh scale?
I do.
And did you do that for Lindsay Clancy on November 29th?
I did.
And what were the results of those screens?
Her Edinburgh, so the Edinburgh scale is out of 30. She was 17.
What does that mean?
Moderate to severe symptoms, postpartum depression.
Now, with that particular screening tool that you can use, is it fair to say that with postpartum women, it often fluctuates?
It can. That it's asked. The patient is asked about the previous 7 days.
And as far as the generalized anxiety depression scale, what were the results of that screen?
May I look? 14 out of a total of 21.
And so what does that mean?
That would mean moderately severe anxiety.
And do you recall about how much or how long your interaction with her was on this telehealth visit?
It would have been 30 minutes.
And as a result of your interaction with her, did you come up with a plan moving forward as to what to do to address her issues or her concerns?
Yes.
What was the plan?
Continue Remeron 15 milligrams nightly, Ativan as needed. Those medications had been prescribed to her already. I did not write her any prescriptions at that visit.
And again, you indicated that you kind of encouraged her to stick with the Remeron and give it a chance to work.
Yes.
Was she receptive to doing that?
Yes.
And as far as, again, the sleep issue, based on your conversation with her and her request to continue with the Ativan, that's what you recommended?
Yes.
Did you also recommend other types of treatment that were not pharmacological?
Yes.
And what were those?
I recommended therapy, mindfulness, physical activity, meditation.
And you're aware that in the past she had reported physical activity was something that had been helpful to her?
Yes, I believe with her postpartum period with Dawson, her middle child, she had some anxiety, but it seemed to resolve with exercise in particular.
And fair to say, as it pertains to that experience, her postpartum with Dawson, she had reported at some point to the clinic that she had sought medication after having Dawson and that she didn't end up taking that medication, right?
Correct.
Now, after this particular follow-up, what's your practice when you're dealing with a patient to have them have an intervention if they need to get in touch with you or they have concerns before your next scheduled meeting?
I generally advise for non-emergencies, you can message me on the Epic portal.
Is that generally referred to as My Chart?
My chart, yeah.
And so My Chart, you could kind of go back and forth with messages, right?
Yes.
Did you encourage Lindsay to utilize My Chart if she felt the need to reach out to you before your next scheduled appointment?
Yes.
And at the end of that meeting, what was the plan for the next scheduled appointment? What was the track that you would ask her to be on as far as regular visits?
1 week.
And is that typical, 1 week?
1 to 2 weeks would be typical for a new patient.
And based on her report of symptoms or potential symptoms, was it important to you to identify if there were any changes?
Absolutely.
Now, were you aware by the time that meeting was completed that she did have an appointment scheduled with the social worker at your clinic, Letitia Dukes, for December 2nd?
I was aware of that, yes.
Now, after this meeting, so this was approximately 10:30 in the morning on 11/29, right?
Yes.
Did you have communication or contact with Lindsay Clancy on November 30th?
I did.
How did you have contact with her on that day?
She messaged me on the My Chart portal.
And you're aware that on that particular morning, Julie had informed her that she was leaving?
Yes.
Or were you aware, I should say?
Yes.
Now, when Lindsay messaged you, that was at 11 a.m. That was the first message, correct?
I would have to look at the note for the time.
Okay. Do you have those?
I do have the messages. I believe that'll be accurate. It was 11 a.m., yep.
And did she ask you something specific in that message?
She did.
What did she ask you?
She asked me if it would be safe to stop taking Remeron after 5 nights.
So you had just met with her on November 29th
Correct.
and talked about stopping Remeron, or talked about the concerns with Remeron.
We talked about continuing it on the 29th, yes.
But as far as the starting of that meeting, or where you were talking with her about the medication, she had already reported concerns with that medication, right?
Yes.
And so you encouraged her to stick with it, and then the next day she's asking to stop again.
Yes.
Do you recall that in that message she indicated that in the course of that night that the depression, she felt like the depression was much, much worse and not helping her sleep, and that she only got 2 hours?
Yes.
And she asked for a phone call from you, right?
Yes.
And did you call her back or did you message her back?
I messaged her back, but I also believe I had my nurse call her back because I was in between patients.
Okay. And so when you messaged her back, what did you ask her about to address that concern about stopping the Remeron after 5 nights?
I asked her what symptoms of depression did she notice was worsening.
And why did you do that?
Because she had mentioned that she felt that she was more depressed. She was attributing it to the medication.
But in her original message, did she give you any detail about what was worse?
Yeah, no, she did not, sorry.
Is it important to you to know what symptoms are worse so that you know how to advise the patient?
Absolutely.
And did you again express to her a concern with stopping that particular medication after the short period of time she had been on it?
Yes, I shared with her that from what I understood, there had been really short medication trials since October, a short course of the Zoloft, a short course of Trazodone, and now what would be a short course of the Remeron. And I reiterated that sometimes it can take 4 to 6 weeks before these treatments start to work.
Okay. And you also knew from Julie Paul that she had only taken Prozac for approximately 4 days.
Correct.
So even though you gave her that information and encouraged her to stay with it, did you suggest an alternative?
I did.
And why did you suggest an alternative?
At this point, I'm trying to establish a therapeutic relationship with her as a patient. So I had met with her on the 29th. She's concerned about the mirtazapine. I'm kind of asking her to hang with me on it and give it a chance. But then the next day she's asking me again that she really doesn't like it. So at this point, I'm trying to kind of give her an alternative to establish a collaborative therapeutic relationship.
And at the end of the day, if you prescribe a medication and the patient doesn't want to take it,
Right.
you don't know if they're going to take it, right?
Exactly.
So what was the alternative you suggested?
I had suggested Prozac again just because I had known that she had taken it in like 2012 whenever she was in nursing school, and she was able to take it for a year, and she tolerated it okay. So I was kind of thinking maybe we could try to get you to retrial it, and it would be helpful.
And in making that recommendation to potentially restart it, had you reviewed the notes from Julie Paul in which the defendant, or Lindsay Clancy, indicated that when she took the Prozac, she felt disconnected, and that she was concerned about that, and that Julie had told her to stop it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you still felt that it was worth giving it another try?
Mm-hmm.
And did you suggest anything else to pair with the Prozac to help sleep?
I did.
What did you suggest?
I recommended Seroquel, 25 milligrams.
And now, Seroquel, is that a drug that you're familiar with?
I am.
And in your practice, especially dealing with women's health, perinatal issues, what would a low dose of Seroquel accomplish for a woman postpartum?
To get them to sleep.
And you are aware that Seroquel at higher doses could be used to treat other types of mental illnesses?
Yes.
But in this circumstance and with this recommendation, what was the purpose of the Seroquel?
So at this stage, my awareness was that she had tried a first-line option, which would be the benzodiazepine. The second-line options are usually what we call the sedating antidepressants like trazodone, Remeron. So this would be more like a third-line option to try.
And is that because trazodone, she reported, didn't help her?
Didn't help.
And she didn't like the feeling on Remeron?
Right.
And so ultimately in that message, you kind of reiterated what your overall recommendations were, right?
Yes.
And it was to continue with the Remeron for another 10 days, and that the alternative would be to restart Prozac and add the 25 milligrams of Seroquel nightly for anxiety and insomnia. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And so were you recommending that she be on all of those at the same time? That she do the Remeron, the Seroquel, the Prozac?
Yes.
And in your experience in psychiatric care and prescribing medication, is it a common practice to pair low doses or doses of particular types of medications together to effectively manage a person's symptoms?
At this clinical juncture, my thought was the combination of Remeron with the Prozac to treat the depression with prominent anxiety, the Seroquel to help alleviate the sleep.
And you're also addressing the concern of benzodiazepine dependency, right?
Correct.
Did you encourage her to do something to help you to kind of manage her treatment track going forward?
Yes.
What did you encourage her to do?
I had noticed that Lindsay was attributing a lot of her symptoms to her medication. And so I attached to the MindChart message 2 different mood charts. And what those one was daily, one is weekly. What it is it asks the patient each day to rate their mood from like 0 to 3. Good mood, bad mood, normal mood. It asks about like, did you take your medications? What doses? What were they? Check the box. How many hours a night did you sleep? What's your anxiety level? What's irritability? And what I wanted from that was, because it had all those parameters about mood and then also the medication, did you take it? We'd be able to track over time what the progression was. Was it getting worse since we started the medication? Was it actually getting better? I just wanted more data.
And were you aware that she was actually tracking those things herself?
No.
Now, you continued to have some back and forth messages with her throughout the course of the day on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So we have, she reached out to you at 11. You responded to her at 11:52.
Yes.
There's another message from her at 12:15, right?
Yes.
And just going back for a second, when you were asking her about worsening symptoms, did you ask specifically about suicidal symptoms?
I did.
And why those, if she was expressing some depression and sleep issues?
Suicidal thoughts can be a symptom of depression, and I just wanted to make sure I assessed that one because of its severity.
And is that something that's important to do before you make a recommendation to change a medication?
Yes.
Now, when she responded at 12:15, did she tell you anything about the suicidal thoughts, or if she was having any?
She said she's not at the point of being suicidal.
Okay. She also indicated, but I'm really feeling as if I can't go on like this, right?
Right.
And she asked you to call in the Seroquel.
She did ask me to call in the Seroquel, yes.
So based on her response, did you feel that she was taking the alternative that you were offering?
Yes.
And then at 12:29 p.m., you get another message from her where she asks for a phone call, right?
Yes.
And again, at that point, did you have a phone call with her, or did you continue to interact with her on the MyChart portal?
I interacted with her on the MyChart between patients, and I had my nurse give her a call.
And again, you said in between patients, so did you have the opportunity to pick up the phone and call?
I did not.
Okay. And is that one of the benefits of the messaging portal, that you can get back to somebody quicker?
Yes.
So when, before you were able to respond, did she send you some additional messages on MyChart, if you remember? Or if you could look at your notes.
Okay. I see that the symptoms of depression that she reported.
Yep, so just drawing your attention to 12:58 p.m.
Yes.
You get another message from her where she says, the symptoms of depression that are much worse are just feeling completely hopeless and unmotivated to do anything at all. And that she says, I printed the daily mood chart and we'll start it. Now, you said that you did ask your nurse to give her a phone call at some point, and so you're aware that a nurse did call her on November 30th at approximately 3:10 p.m.
Yes.
And during that phone call that Lindsay agreed to the plan and that she was going to pick up the Seroquel.
Yes.
Now, at that point, you had another meeting scheduled with her for a week out, right? But
Yes.
prior to that, did you also continue to communicate with her via MyChart?
Yes.
So moving into December 1st, again, were you able to send her a message?
She sent me a message on December 1st, and I did reply to it.
Okay, so December 1st at 12:20 p.m., we have a message from Lindsay Clancy. Hi, Rebecca. I really don't like the way I feel on the Remeron, and I know that I can't stick with it, or I can't stick with taking it. I started having very intrusive thoughts that I never had before. I didn't take it last night. I would really like to go back to Julie's original plan of Prozac in the morning and using Ativan and Benadryl at night as a Band-Aid until I get to a therapeutic level of Prozac. Please let me know if you agree with this plan. I know that I need to give it a good couple of weeks to work. Is that the message that you first received on December 1st?
It was.
And were you aware that that same day that Lindsay had reached out to her primary care physician asking for an immediate appointment with her nurse practitioner?
I was.
And that she was looking to discuss medications?
Yes.
Do you know if she actually got an appointment or went to the appointment there?
They had reached out to her, and she did not respond to their voicemails or MyChart messages, so she did not see them that day, to my knowledge.
So you're able to review the notes from the network of South Shore Health, right?
Correct, yes.
So you were able to review that she asked for an emergency appointment. They were able to find her an emergency appointment, but she didn't get the back in enough time to actually get there.
Correct.
Okay. And so in the meantime, you're having a back and forth with her during the course of that day, December 1st.
Yes.
When she indicated to you in this message on December 1st about having intrusive thoughts and not liking the Remeron and not taking it, what was your response?
I sent her a detailed message of signs and symptoms of postpartum depression and anxiety, including factors like onset, risk factors, predictors, common symptoms, and it highlighted how intrusive thoughts are quite common in postpartum depression and anxiety, and I asked her, I'm wondering if that's what's going on here. I then asked her if she was able to take the Seroquel that night and if she noticed any improvement in terms of sleep or anxiety with the Seroquel.
Now, by giving her this information about postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety, was that consistent with a diagnosis that either you or Julie had given her in coming into the clinic?
Yes, we were thinking this could be some postpartum anxiety, and I wanted to familiarize her with the symptoms so that she had them written down and she could report them to me and understand that they are part of these disorders.
Okay. And you also gave her some information about obsessions and compulsions, right? Mm-hmm. And you said you asked her about the Seroquel and asked about sleep, right?
Yes.
And did you also reiterate that you were still encouraging to keep up with the Remeron for a period of time?
Yes.
And you further indicated to her that you wanted to kind of see if there was a correlation between the symptoms and the medication and that you just didn't have enough data.
Right.
In response to that message, she actually responded at 2:36 on December 1st, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated, thank you for the information, it was helpful. That she says, I panicked last night and just took Ativan and Benadryl, but tonight I'll stick with the plan and try the 15 of Remeron and the 25 of Seroquel. Do you recall if you had ever had a conversation with her about kind of using Ativan and Benadryl as a backup, or if she just felt like she wasn't getting any relief?
I recall having a conversation about using the Ativan as a backup. I believe it was, yes, in my initial, I said continue the Remeron and the Ativan as needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the Benadryl?
The Benadryl I don't recall discussing.
But you were aware that she had reported the combination of Ativan and Benadryl had worked for her before.
Right.
And in that message, she also says, I'm sorry for all the messages. It's just a scary, very scary, stressful time for me. And starting new meds with side effects is very scary to me. I'll check in the morning and let you know how it went, right?
Right.
Okay. And again, you continued to have some contact with her on that same day after that.
I believe I responded to that, reassuring her that it's understandable to have fears, concerns about starting medications, and I sent her a detailed description of common question and answers I get from patients about medications, things like what to expect, how long does it take to work, what are common side effects, risks for, is there any risk for suicide, homicide with medications,
So in providing all this information with her, what were you trying to do?
Provide information because she had said it was so scary starting medication, so I wanted her to be equipped with understanding and, what to expect possibly.
And based on your interactions with her and your review of Julie Paul's interactions with her, this was a person that was very receptive to taking information, right?
Yes.
And as her role as a nurse, she was not afraid to ask questions. Is that fair to say?
No. Yes. She was not afraid.
And one of the things that you provided her, or the information you provided her in this detailed response back to her on December 1st at 3:04, was that there are other sources or resources that she could utilize that are available at the clinic, right?
Yes.
And
Oh, go ahead.
these two books, Exhibit 148.
Yep.
Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts, and this one, The Pregnancy Postpartum Anxiety Workbook.
Yes.
Familiar to you?
Yes, I instructed her that we had copies of these books that we were giving out to patients and that she should come grab them when she was in clinic. And she informed me she would be seeing Letitia the next day for counseling, so she would grab them when she was there.
Okay. And so that day, December 1st, fair to say you went back and forth with her from about 12:30 to her last message, she was at 4:37 that day.
Yes.
And you said that she indicated that she did have an appointment the next day with Letitia Dukes.
Yes.
And were you aware of whether that was an in-person meeting?
Yes, it was in person because she said, I'll be in clinic, I'll be able to get those resources.
Okay. So moving to December 2nd, you didn't have a scheduled appointment with her, correct?
I did not.
And you knew she was going to see Letitia that morning in clinic, right?
Correct.
And you received several messages from her that morning,
I did.
again, through the MyChart portal,
Yes.
beginning at 7:51 a.m., where she sends you a message saying, "Hi, Rebecca. I took the 15 Remeron and 25 Seroquel. I woke up at 12 with horribly intrusive thoughts of wanting it to be all over. I took 1 milligram Ativan and went back to sleep, and the thoughts went away. Now that I have the Ativan on board, I really need to explore the option that I'm addicted to Ativan. I have a therapy appointment with Letitia in your office. I would really like to speak with someone in the substance use clinic to explore the option." Do you recall getting that message?
I do.
And did you respond to that message?
I did. I am credentialed at Cellshare Health and Addiction Medicine, so I felt that I could be that person to discuss those concerns with her.
Discuss the substance use
Yes.
concerns? And so, and you're aware that the social workers can also screen for those as well.
Yes.
So at 8:51 on December 2nd, you respond to her, right?
I did.
And what do you tell her about the concern she just expressed in her 7:51 message?
I fully appreciate and understand the concern for benzo tolerance. It's not something I want to happen to my patients ever. That being said, there's a place for benzodiazepines, especially at the beginning and acute phase of treatment and getting someone stable. And then we would always pull back slowly. I think another thing to try tonight would be to take 50 milligrams of Seroquel, the 2 tablets, and see if that works better. The intrusive thoughts are part of postpartum depression, anxiety, very painful to think and experience, but I want to reassure you that it's not uncommon and mean nothing about who you are as a mother. Let me know what you think.
And so the recommendation from 25 to 50 milligrams of Seroquel, is that still within the range for treatment for insomnia?
Yes.
So would you characterize that as a low dose, a high dose?
A low dose.
And as far as her statement about intrusive thoughts, fair to say your response doesn't ask her more specifics about those thoughts, right?
No.
But you reiterate to her, just as you had in the lengthy messages where you provided information, that intrusive thoughts are pretty common.
Correct.
Now, did she respond to that message?
She did.
And so at 9:04 on December 2nd, there's a response from Lindsay Clancy. "I'm willing to try anything. I just keep coming back to the feeling that I'm dependent on Ativan after my 2.5 weeks of taking it daily with Benadryl, following the bad reaction to Zoloft. I feel addicted to it, and I feel like I'm not being heard that is a possibility. I feel like we are throwing all these different meds at my insomnia when the root cause is Ativan dependence. I don't feel any of the anxious thoughts I had before. I feel completely numb." So you got that message from her at 9:04, correct?
I did.
And what was your concern when you got that message, or did you have any concern?
I wouldn't say I had concern. I just wanted to, again, provide her some information about what I thought might be happening.
Based on your training and experience as a psychiatric nurse,
Sorry, she didn't finish her answer, please.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was finished.
Okay, well, she's finished. All right, next question.
based on your training and experience as a psychiatric nurse, and you said you had some experience with substance use, did you feel that there was a dependency issue or an addiction issue with Ativan?
I did not.
Is it fairly common that Ativan is going to make somebody feel better if they're feeling anxious?
Yes.
That's why you take it, right?
Yes.
And that's why you take it as needed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So in your response to her at 9:37, do you make clear to her the difference between dependence and addiction?
I do.
Okay. And as far as benzodiazepines go, there's a real concern for dependence and addiction in the fields. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But based on taking it for 2.5 weeks, taking it to address actual symptoms of anxiety, did you have a concern of dependence?
No.
And so did you articulate to her that anything about that concept of dependence versus addiction? What did you say?
I said, I wonder if you fear you're becoming dependent on the benzodiazepines, and there's a subtle difference between dependence and addiction. With addiction, there's a change in behavior caused by biochemical changes in the brain after continued substance abuse. The substance use becomes the main priority of the person with the substance use disorder, regardless of the harm it causes to themselves or others. With dependence, we're referring to physical dependence on a substance characterized by symptoms of characterized by symptoms of tolerance and withdrawal. Benzodiazepine withdrawal is similar to alcohol withdrawal symptoms. We would be seeing things like elevated vital signs, high blood pressure, tachycardia, diaphoresis, mild alteration of mental status, initially with a possibility of perceptual disturbances, delirium, dysphoria, and tremors. Did the insomnia predate the Ativan use? I hear your concerns about the benzos. So my recommendation is do not take them every night. I recommend taking only every other night, and then we will not refill it.
And so what's diaphoresis?
Sweating.
Okay. And in the fields of prescribing psychiatric medications, do you often have to deal with physical dependency and then addressing it later?
I wouldn't say often.
Is there a way to address that as far?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so that wasn't a concern of yours regarding Ativan, was it?
Not at that time.
And what about her statement about not being heard? Did you see that in her message? Where she says, I feel like I'm not being heard about addiction.
That being a possibility.
As a psychiatric nurse practitioner dealing in psychiatric medicine, is it important to you when a patient tells you that I don't feel I'm heard?
Yes.
And do you take that in consideration when addressing them and continuing to build that relationship?
Yes.
And so in this case with the defendant, with Lindsay Clancy, did that change your approach with her at all?
It's why I sent the message that I did, trying to explain what addiction versus dependence and tolerance is. And I wanted to reassure her that we will try to have you take these less frequently, and we don't need to continue them moving forward.
So she advocated for herself, and you took that into consideration and created an alternative plan, or suggested an alternative plan?
Yes.
Did your care of her change at all when she told you she wasn't being heard?
I wouldn't say it changed.
You treated her as you would any other patient, right?
Correct.
Now, you continued to have messages with her throughout that day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so at 10:02, you receive a message from her. Says, the insomnia started from the Zoloft, but then after the 2 weeks of daily Ativan and Benadryl use, that's when the insomnia was at its worst. I've tried so many different sleeping aids at this point, Trazodone, Ambien, Remeron, Seroquel, and they all seem to barely touch the sleep until I take Ativan with them. So tonight I will try 15 of Remeron with 50 of Seroquel. I fear that if I wake up in the middle of the night with intrusive thoughts again, I will feel like I need Ativan. Do you recall her sending that message at 10:02?
I do.
And that she sent another message, it's kind of cut off, but it's still within the 10 o'clock hour, where she adds, I also just feel concerningly numb right now. Like I have no emotion whatsoever. I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care. What do I do about this?
I do recall that message, yes.
And this is a message that she sent when she would have been or have seen Letitia Dukes already, right? If she had a 9 o'clock appointment?
Yes.
When she sent that message to you, did you respond back to her at 11:35?
I did.
And with the fact that she talked about being numb and having no emotions, feel like I'm going to die and don't care, what did you do?
I said, this sounds like depression and anhedonia symptoms. I would say if you're feeling unsafe, particularly as we head into the weekend, it is important for you to have information for psych emergency services available to you. And I provided a list of the 24-hour emergency service programs like mobile crisis intervention.
Okay. And when you say anhedonia, excuse me if I mispronounced that, what does that mean?
Anhedonia is a symptom of depression where people are unable to feel pleasure. They might describe it as feeling numb. They're unable to look forward to things.
And in her message where she says, I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care, did you take that as a suicidal thought or suicidal ideation?
No.
And so did you tell her to go to the ER right away?
No.
Did you have concerns that she needed to get a higher level of care at that moment when she sent that message?
My concern about that statement was that I wanted her to have access to resources if it escalated or if it worsened. So I made sure she had it.
Okay. And fair to say you also, at the end of that message, indicate, are you able to get rest or reach out to your support system so that you can be helpful, so they can be helpful to you right now, and that this is hugely important?
I did say that, yes.
And 11:41 a.m., she responds, yes, I have support. My parents are here to help. And again, this is 12:02. Does this sound like side effects to Remeron or Seroquel? I have never felt anything like this before. And then 11:57, she sends another message. Do you think over time these symptoms will go away over time? 12:04, another message from her. Is there any chance you could give me a call to discuss when you have a minute? At 12:10 p.m., and just to confirm, your recommendation for tonight is 15 Remeron, 50 Seroquel, and avoid Ativan, even if I'm not sleeping. So you got those messages in succession, right?
I did.
And were you able to eventually respond to her with a phone call?
I responded to the message at 12:12 p.m. I wrote it down for her.
And again, in your response to her, did you reiterate that these are pretty common signs of depression, and that what she was expressing to you wasn't uncommon in women with postpartum depression?
Correct. I said it sounds more like depression than side effects. It's not uncommon for me to hear, I've never felt anything like this before, or I just don't feel like myself. All of this sounds like postpartum depression.
And did you further try to give her some encouraging words?
I shared a passage from a book called This Isn't What I Expected.
And is that book kind of centered around postpartum depression?
Yes.
And did you also tell her this is going to get better?
I said, even though they feel terrible, remember that they're symptoms of an illness that is very real and very treatable. This is going to get better.
And after that message on 12:12, did you in fact send her another message?
I did.
And fair to say that next message was to kind of address the concern about her question, what to take.
Yes.
And you confirmed to take 15 milligrams Remeron, 10 milligrams Prozac, and 50 milligrams Seroquel.
Yes.
And that taking Ativan every other day might help.
I said, I would say taking Ativan every other day might help you to see you are not addicted, as one cannot be addicted to something they don't take every day, but we can also decide to let me be concerned about whether you have a problem with the Ativan and simply take it nightly for now. And if I have concerns about your use of it, I will make them apparent to you. My primary concern at this time is that you sleep, and if that means taking the Ativan for middle of the night wake-ups, that is what it means. I'm confident we can safely and successfully get you off Ativan in the near future. And then I also go on to make recommendations about if she does have trouble in the middle of the night, certain sleep hygiene techniques that she could do, like getting out of bed and doing something non-stimulating, and then go back down to try to sleep again when you feel drowsy.
So an alternative is to medication intervention.
Yeah.
And then at 1:40 p.m., she responds, thank you, I'll stick with that plan. I really hope it works, and to feel like myself soon. Right?
Yes.
And then at 2:35, you respond, we will follow you closely. We have lots of alternatives. If this for some reason isn't the combination, we'll find one that gets you back to feeling like yourself.
I did say that, yes.
In all your treatment of women, the women that you've treated with postpartum depression, is this common that you have to kind of trial different plans in order to find the right one?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, it's 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right?
Thank you.
So we'll take the break.
Court, all rise. Judge, try and close your notebooks. Listen on the chairs, please. This way.
Counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break? All right, so we'll be in recess for the morning recess at this time.
For today, and that is because we want you to be aware that we have powerful storms already in our area. At this second, we do not have any tornado warnings in effect, but what I want you to know is basically within this circle, kind of this hot pink circle, it includes Naperville, the Schaumburg area, down toward Kankakee, back toward LaSalle. The Weather Service has put out messaging that suggests we could have some storms with 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts, as these storms are just going to plow across the area. Now, those of you north of that line, south of that line, you're still in for some storms. And in fact, let's go through some of the warnings that are in effect right now. Severe thunderstorm warning, it's McHenry, Kane, down through Kendall and Grundy counties. And then also for those of you in eastern Lake and Porter counties in northern Indiana. These severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued due to the fact that we are getting reports of powerful wind gusts and even some large hail. And in fact, let's do a little bit of a storm track on this as these storms are racing along. So if you're in any of these towns, I want you to be aware that these very strong wind gusts may be coming your way. So you need to treat this as a warning where you get into shelter. And especially if you're starting to hear the roar of thunder, you got to get inside. It may not be raining in your neighborhood right now, but we are noticing that these storms, once again, have been producing some very powerful wind gusts. And I don't want anyone to be caught outside with some of these wind speeds that are coming along. Notice the timing. So some of these towns, Elgin, Naperville, Downers Grove, Des Plaines, Niles areas, we are looking for you to be in the path of these storms that are racing along. Look how much lightning there is. This is a wall of lightning being reported out across Geneva, St. Charles, up toward Elgin. If you're in Barrington, you're probably starting to see some of that lightning off to your west, and it extends down to Morris. In northern LaSalle County, getting reports of some strong wind gusts there, as well as some large hail. And you take a peek, here's that line once again with the radar. So these powerful wind gusts are coming along with these storms that have been producing large hail, damaging winds. I have not seen any flash flood warnings at this moment, but once again, what I am seeing is a humongous area of lightning. And in fact, as we count up lightning strikes within a 15-minute period, both on the Illinois side, then in Indiana, we have had nearly 4,000 lightning strikes within just a 15-minute period. So it is very, very stormy out there this morning. Please, with the power of these storms and the strong winds, even though we may not have an official tornado warning, we have severe thunderstorm warnings, and that is your cue to seek shelter and get inside. Now, meteorologist Phil Schwartz joins me this morning. And Phil, I know you're looking at some other elements at the radar that kind of depict some of these wind speeds that we're seeing.
Yeah, Tracy, you know, we've been watching this complex and it is arriving just about right on time. And the big concern are those strong winds, especially along the leading edge of this. So we're starting with our velocity display. Here's where Chicago is. And you look to the west. Look at this. Estimated winds with our velocity display right in this area in eastern DeKalb County, about to move into Kane County, 60 miles per hour. Earlier, we saw it as high as 80 miles per hour. It's not necessarily weakening, but we will see winds up to 70, 80 miles per hour in some locations as these storms continue to move very rapidly to the east-southeast. The tops of these storms, they're getting up there. You can see upwards of 40, almost to 50,000 feet on those storms just south of DeKalb. This is all part of that line that is moving across the area and will continue to be a problem as we head into the afternoon hours. Hail size, that hasn't been a huge issue so far, with hail about 4/5 of an inch right in this corridor south of I-88 near 39, and some 1-inch hail. Then that's why we had that severe thunderstorm warning over in parts of Lake and Porter County. So there has been some hail with this, but the greater concern are the winds along this leading edge of heavy storms. Look at all the lightning, over 4,000 strikes, as Tracy was mentioning earlier. Severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect almost into DuPage County, not quite, but from Kane County on south, including McHenry counties. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning right now in effect. The heaviest activity that I can see right now is down here east of LaSalle, heading right towards you folks in Morris and Dwight. You notice these cells. Watch what happens when these cells develop and then merge with these. That intensifies the storm and also can create a big wind gust. So get ready for that. Morris, you're possibly in the path of some very strong winds. Same with you folks in Joliet and down towards Dwight. Farther north, still plenty of winds, possibly up in excess of 60 miles per hour from DeKalb southward. And this kind of line, as it continues to move eastward and possibly starts to bow out, you can get these brief spin ups. So these severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in effect do include the possibility of a tornado. No tornado warnings right now, but we'll continue to monitor. The heaviest storms in northwest Indiana now moving into Porter County, storming pretty good around Valparaiso and Point South and down towards Wheatfield as well. There's the leading edge, though, of those storms. The strongest activity about to move into Elburn and Big Rock as well. And there's the southern extent of it. Ottawa, you're getting hammered. Now the worst of it is now to the east of LaSalle. But all in all, it is going to be a busy couple of hours as that severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 2 p.m. Here in the city, the worst will come likely between about 10:30 and 11:30. If you're in DuPage County, a little bit closer to 10 to 11. The farther west you go, obviously the earlier it arrives, and that severe thunderstorm watch might be canceled just a little bit early for the western portions of our area. We will keep you updated. If we get any tornado warnings, we will cut in. And be careful, because even though we don't have a tornado warning, the winds with some of these cells could be just as strong as a low-end tornado. We'll keep you updated throughout the day.
in effect for parts of our area. So let's go into that. This is a tornado warning. It includes southern DuPage County as well as northern Will County, just starting to nudge toward Cook County. But this will stay in effect for our area here this morning. The Weather Service just issued this. So a couple things, just a few reminders about what to do in this case. You have to seek shelter. You have to get to the basement, closet, interior hallway of the structure that you are now in, and by all means avoid windows. This is not the time to get out there and look at what's going on. So I just want to read the Weather Service report. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line powerful winds are around Yorkville right now. So that would put us kind of right about there as far as where they are starting to see some of that circulation. Areas within this warning are Bolingbrook, Naperville, Joliet area, Wheaton, Downers Grove. So we do have a tornado warning. As well, within this circle, the Weather Service has notified us that they are observing storms that have been capable, not just with rotation and tornadoes, but the potential for 80 to 100 mile-per-hour wind gusts. So here are the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect, and then we have this tornado warning that was in addition just added. Let's go to the radar right now. So this is the leading edge of these storms right here. You can start to see, can you see how this is kind of bowing out? That is suggesting to us that these wind speeds are very powerful, but within that, as I mentioned to you, the Weather Service is starting to notice some circulation within these storms. So they continue to move eastward, as I said, right around the Yorkville area. And in fact, let's kind of get into there. That's where we are anticipating the possibility of some of these storms maybe producing some rotation. Radar is kind of sensing that aspect of this right now. Let's track some of these storms at this moment. You can see as we put a little bit of a track on that, moving to the east, some of the areas in this path include Plainfield, the Joliet area, New Lenox. All of you are under the potential to see some of these powerful storms with some of these very strong wind gusts that are out there too. A lot of lightning with these storms, but our main concern right now is the fact that we were just issued this tornado warning that once again does include, I'm going to repeat this to you, and I'm reading it along with you, does include southern DuPage County, northwestern Will County. So you may be hearing sirens in your neighborhood going off. Those are for outside, but hopefully you did receive those alerts that also include northern Kendall County and southwest Cook County. And these are all in effect until 11 o'clock this morning. So this tornado warning stays in effect until 11 a.m. And it's not even like the storms themselves are to those towns just yet. So this is kind of a precursor to these storms coming your way. I believe meteorologist Phil Schwartz, I think he is on deck and is with me in the back studio right there. Phil, I'm going to turn things over to you. Going to comb through some of the more of the reports that are coming in.
Yeah, Tracy, this probably won't be the last of our warnings. As you can see right now, there is that box that Tracy was talking about. And it does include basically the areas along and south of I-88 in DuPage County. And then it does go back into sections of Kane and down into Kendall counties. Let me just check out some of the other counties included. Northwest Will, the extreme northwestern corner of Will. There you see that area right there, almost down to Joliet, basically Crest Hill North. That's where the tornado warning is. So what prompted this warning? Well, we take a look at our velocity display. This is the line of very strong winds. But you get up here now a little bit farther to the north, and maybe, you know what, I'm going to take this out of play mode because I want us to zoom in on this and show you the actual spin that we can sometimes see if we back this up. You see that towards Elburn where we had the bright green next to the red? That's where I think the most noticeable rotation is along this line, but it's beginning to get a little bit less pronounced as we get into the next hour or the last 5, 10, 15 minutes. But nonetheless, there still is some rotation around Elburn and down towards Yorkville. This area is producing some very strong winds. Let's take a look, see if we can get some of the wind estimates from this, and you can see how about 76 miles per hour, maybe not translating down to the ground at 76, but likely producing winds of 55 to 60 miles per hour easily as the storm moves to the east. So I'm trying to see more indications of velocity where we get the rotation. I'm not seeing so much of that, but the strongest winds right there northwest of Oswego, very close to Montgomery. Let's do a check on that. And it's just about into Montgomery, 78 mile per hour winds. So some very intense storms. Again, there is that tornado warning in effect, and this cell, as it continues to move eastward, is going to reach Lisle by about 10:54, Naperville about 10:49. West Chicago 10:38 and St. Charles 10:26. The leading edge of this, that's where we're getting some very strong winds, and you can see this storm. There it is, that nasty line of storms. This isn't those individual supercells, but it's one of those lines where you get numerous spin-ups, and that's what we've had so far, at least indicated on radar. Some of the heaviest activity now east of I-39, heading into the Aurora area and extending back to the west. So we'll continue to monitor this. You can see there is also some hail, but the main concern is with these storms and these merging storms as well, down towards Morris. I would be concerned in this area to see if we get another tornado warning. But for the time being, the only tornado warning, Tracy, that we have in our area is in that red box, and it does include parts of DuPage, Will, Kendall, and I'm forgetting one county. Tracy, what county am I forgetting?
You got Will, Kendall, Southern Kane, as well as DuPage County.
Okay. I think I got them all. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So that's where we stand right now with that one tornado warning still in effect for, well, another 41 minutes. But I do expect that we're going to get some more warnings as we get these velocity displays that will show a brief spin up. And there actually could be a tornado, but they're usually, they only last a few minutes. But a few minutes can mean winds of 100 miles per hour, and that can cause some considerable damage.
All right, Phil, I'll take it back from here, and we'll take a deeper look at all of this as well. So right now, as Phil has been talking about, this is the outline of that tornado warning. So not everybody in DuPage, not everybody in Kane is in this, but that doesn't mean you're immune from strong thunderstorms. So you see kind of this polygon right here. It's kind of almost a sideways triangle, but does include those of you in Woodridge, Lisle. This would include those of you in the Hinsdale area, Downers Grove, Darien, and then down toward the Joliet area, and then back in toward Yorkville. So that's where the Weather Service was starting to notice a little bit of rotation. But prior to that, the Weather Service had sent us a message about very powerful wind speeds expected with these storms, aside from the tornado potential. And these strong winds are likely within anybody in this circle. Let me go back so that you can see maybe a better idea of where you might be. And that includes us here in the city, in Chicago, out toward DeKalb, down into Ottawa and Utica, over toward Kankakee. All of these areas are up for grabs as far as 80 plus mile per hour wind gusts within our area. We just had another severe thunderstorm warning issued. This is now including all of Cook County. So here in Chicago, it does include the entire county. And as you can see, there is that tornado warning once again, and then back in through Kane, Kendall, Grundy County. But I want to take a peek and see how long this severe thunderstorm warning in Cook County is in effect. So let me take a look at that. The Weather Service just sent out a message where they have had spotters in Wheatfield, Indiana, with potentially 2-inch diameter hail, where you have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect over that way, as you can see. But now the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for all of Cook County, this is going to stay in effect until 11:15. So this entire county of Cook, including us here in Chicago, under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for very high wind gusts and the potential for large hail. Let's go closer in with some of these storms. So Phil was talking about how almost this line kind of joined up with the main force of thunderstorms coming in from the west. It expanded from almost Kankakee up toward Morris, up toward the Yorkville area. And that is what has been producing some of these strong winds and the potential for some of this rotation. But here we notice that these thunderstorms, the leading edge of this, so from Sugar Grove up toward Campton Hills, down into the Morris area, this is the leading edge of potentially those 80 and 100 mile per hour wind gusts that have been racing across western Illinois, now moving into north central and northern Illinois, as you can see. So we still have some time to get through with these storms coming into the area. Let's take a peek at lightning data. There's a ton of lightning out there. It's time now to get indoors, not a time to be outside. And in fact, maybe you're thinking, oh, I'm here in Chicago, it's not raining just yet. However, if you're hearing thunder and you're seeing lightning, that is the only cue you need to get inside. Let's take a peek. Lightning strikes. So over the past 15 minutes, we've had, I'll round up and say nearly 4,000 lightning strikes in Illinois, including what we are seeing in northern Indiana. The hail. So severe thunderstorm warnings are issued when we have a combination of large hail, wind gusts of 58 miles per hour or even higher, or in this possible case, a tornado. But we do have some of the hail tracks that's indicated in this purple right here. And you can see over the past 2 hours, there has been quite a bit of hail across almost all of LaSalle County, as well as the southern half of DeKalb County. And then we take you into northern Indiana, where there's also been quite a bit of hail. I mentioned to you from the Weather Service report, a report of almost 2-inch diameter hail over in Wheatfield, Indiana. So all things that we continue to monitor, but especially the tornado warning in effect, DuPage, Kane, Kendall, Will counties until 11 o'clock this morning. We also have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings to account for strong damaging winds, as well as the potential for large hail. An enhanced risk of severe weather covers much of our area here today. We have been talking about this. There is this low-end tornado threat. Of course, the Weather Service issued that tornado warning that we talked about for something they're noticing, a little circulation out there. But a damaging wind threat is something that cannot be discounted. So we do have this severe thunderstorm watch, and that means exactly what it says. We are watching for the potential for severe storms in our area through 2 o'clock this afternoon. But now this is a severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued from LaPorte County on eastward into the afternoon hours. I'm going to go back to the other studio right now, check in with Phil. Phil, I know you've had a little time to assess some of the reports coming in. Anything new you're seeing?
You know, we're seeing that line, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. And you can see these little wedges along the leading edge of the line. That's where you can get these brief spin-ups of tornadoes. That's partially what prompted this tornado warning, as we saw some weak rotation, at least the National Weather Service did, near Yorkville. It's now moving east of Oswego and going to affect you folks, especially in the southern parts of Naperville, Plainfield, and eastward into possibly maybe even eventually reaching the Hinsdale area as we get closer to, say, 10:45, 11 o'clock. This tornado warning is in effect until 11 a.m., generally south of I-88. It does include southern DuPage County, a good chunk of northern Will County, and then a small section of Kane and the northeast corner of Kendall County. But let's focus in on this because I want to show you the leading edge. There's the strongest winds right now. The strongest winds now moving right into the Naperville area, right along I-59. Let's take a sample of that and see what kind of winds we're talking about. Well, gate to gate shear is 0, but I'm not getting the winds here. There we go, 83 miles per hour. Now, again, this is a loft, but as these storms move rapidly, some of that will get translated down to the ground. I fully expect we will see winds gusting in excess of 65 and perhaps 70 miles per hour here for you folks in Naperville, especially once you get down towards, east of 59, along and east of US 59 or State 59, and you get the idea. This is a solid line of that. So let's try to, let me erase some of that so we can get a better sight on what we were really looking for, and that is some of the tornado stuff. So let me just quickly erase that stuff. Okay, and you see that it's going to change colors now because it's changing radars, but that is the line we're talking about right there. And you see these little wedges here and possibly even up here. That is possibly a brief tornado trying to spin up where you get these little wedges. There's not a big change in velocity. It's not a well-displayed tornado, but we have one just to the east of Oswego, another one just southeast of Aurora, and even without that, this line will produce winds almost as strong as a weak tornado. So keep that in mind. You don't need a tornado to get tornado-like damage. So now we have that second tornado warning. Let's focus in on that. This is all associated with that line. Let me zoom this out here and see if I can get that second tornado warning. There you see it, covering much of the area along and south of I-80, from Morris eastward through Wilmington, all the way to the Indiana line. So it does include much of Will County, Grundy County. So this is not going to be the last of the tornado warnings either. What's happening is, I want to zoom out just a little bit on this, and then I'm going to go back to Tracy. You have this line. This line's been developing, and what happens is where they merge, the intensity really increases. So I'm especially concerned in this area for a possible spin up around Elwood down towards Joliet and points east. Frankfort, you're certainly not out of the woods. You got a few minutes yet before it arrives, but it is heading your way. Same thing for you folks in Manteno. So now we have two tornado warnings, that new one just in. Let's go back to Tracy. She has more on this new information.
Absolutely, Phil. I'm just looking up. There we go. We got that tornado warning that's coming into the area right at this moment. So I have my alarms set, of course, to tornado warnings. Up. Got to turn that off. Let me go back to Phil. Can you take it away for a quick moment? I want to make sure I get that off here.
Sure. We did get a third warning.
Yeah, we're about to get another warning.
Yeah, and this one does include the city. And you can see it does go for the northern part of DuPage County into central Cook County. This is all along that line. We get that front edge where you get these brief spin-ups and you get these potential tornadoes. So we've seen this before. We saw it earlier this year and close to the same time of day. So I would imagine we are going to get these brief spin-ups. And even if you don't get hit by one of these tornadoes, we're talking about winds 70 to 80 miles per hour, certainly strong enough to create considerable damage. And then within these, you get these EF0 or EF1 spin-ups. That's the concern here over the next hour or two. So there's the newest warning. It does include Chicago, places like Oak Park, Maywood, and then out towards Elmhurst, Bensonville, Addison, Wheaton, all under this new tornado warning. Let's just see what time that one expires, if we can.
Till 11:15.
11:15. All right, Tracy, I'm going to let you take it from here as we continue to get these multiple warnings.
Yeah, and you know what? We've encouraged so many folks to get out there, make sure you have multiple ways to receive these alerts when they are issued, and they certainly have been issued. So this is the tornado warning, the newest one. It includes us here in Chicago. What does that mean for you? It means right now is that time for you to seek shelter. You got to get to a basement. You got to get to an interior section of the room that you are in, of the structure you are in. It's no joke. And tornado warning or not, even if you have a severe thunderstorm warning, and most of us do at this point, you have to seek shelter. So we do have this tornado warning also. We have 3 separate tornado warnings with different expiration times. Within this, aside from the tornado possibilities, as Phil was talking as well, and as he pointed out on velocity data, we have noticed some of these storms with the potential of 80+ mile per hour wind gusts. So aside from a tornado, those types of wind speeds are certainly enough to do some damage. We have extensive severe thunderstorm warnings. These account for large hail reports. So let's go to the radar. We're going to take you closer in. We do have this line right here. These are intense thunderstorms that are, let's take a go in a little bit deeper. Wilmington, over toward Manteno. If you are in any of those towns, it is time for you to seek shelter. Let's put a little bit of a track on that, see where these are going. So Manteno, Grant Park area, and I'm talking the Grant Park that's down in Kankakee, Beecher. These are all areas that are prone to be seeing these storms. Now let's go back to the leading edge of where these storms are. And right now, moving into Joliet. If you're in the Joliet area, it's time for you to get to that safe space, lowest level of the structure you are in. The leading edge of these storms now coming in to many of our western suburbs. If you're in Naperville, if you're in Lisle, if you're up toward Wheaton, these powerful wind gusts are coming into your neighborhoods. You're under severe thunderstorm warnings. We're under tornado warnings in southern DuPage County, as well as into Will and now Cook County. We also have those tornado warnings that are in effect. So here in Chicago, you may be thinking, but it's not doing that much. What do I need to do? You need to seek shelter now. We want you to have time to get to that safe space. So here, we're going to put a track on this leading edge of this storm as it is moving to the east. Some of those towns, if you're in Downers Grove, Westmont area, into Cicero, Evergreen Park, and as you can see here in Chicago, and I think this could arrive sooner in Chicago than 11/16 because these storms are racing along. Not just the potential for tornadoes, not just the potential for 80+ mile per hour wind speeds, but we have a lot of lightning. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is for you to be indoors with the amount of lightning strikes. I mean, this is impressive in itself. Within a 15-minute period, we've had over 3,000, even in times 4,000 lightning strikes. And this lightning continues over Valparaiso toward Gary, as you can see. If you're in Rensselaer, you're probably hearing some thunder your way. But extensive amounts of lightning back in through Naperville, moving in toward the Schaumburg area and Barrington. But it's just a wall of lightning that is out there. Phil was talking about the velocity data and how at the leading edge of these storms, we have been noticing wind gusts 80, 81 miles per hour. But within this, we're also monitoring the potential for large hail. I know so many of you are just weather weary with the damage reports, the winds, and the hail reports. And as you take a peek, these are hail tracks. So I set this over the past 2-hour time period, and you can see the amount of hail, whether it's penny size, pea size, up to quarter size hail. We even had reports around Wheatfield, Indiana of 2-inch diameter hail. But we are noticing across almost all of LaSalle County, there have been hail reports across the entire county. So once again, let's run through some of these tornado warnings. Grundy, Kankakee, Kendall, Will counties until 11:30 this morning now. But then you add to that all of these severe thunderstorm warnings too. Then we have in Cook County, we also have a tornado warning in effect right now, and it includes the city of Chicago as we remain under an enhanced risk of numerous severe thunderstorms, potential tornado rotation showing up as the Weather Service has depicted. In fact, I want to just go, and I'll put my goggles on here, just see if there are any new reports coming in. And, you know, we're reading this in real time and reporting it to you. And in fact, now, let's see, the tornado warning in Kendall and southern Kane County has been canceled. So that is a bit of good news. In fact, let's go back to our tornado map here, and I can share with you a little bit better as we take that and go. Like I said, we're doing a lot of this in real time, and that's what severe weather coverage is. So yeah, southern Kane right now, Kendall have been removed from the tornado warning. So good news on that front, but we still have until 11 o'clock right here. This is Will County, as well as DuPage County. Just clipping a small part of Cook County is that one tornado warning. Then we have this tornado warning that includes more of DuPage County, extends over into Chicago. Let's see what time they're going to keep that one running to. We are going to have that one in effect until 11:15. So once again, if you're in Elmhurst, Westchester, Cicero, I want you to get into your safe space right now. We talked earlier this morning how this was not going to be a great day to be outdoors. And I know I don't want you to be caught off guard. And that's why I've been talking about the impact of these storms all morning long. That tornado, they're just reinforcing that tornado warning, as you can see now in northern Kankakee County, southern Will County, but noticing on the radar how we do have these powerful storms that are moving into the area. But this is a day where it's kind of unusual of a time where we're getting some of these severe thunderstorms. A lot of times in the summer, we talk about it being more active late afternoon or in the early part of the evening when we get the max heating of the day. This is a different ball game that we are playing with these storms today. So once again, we are really just showing you how this line of storms, most likely some significant hail coming out of these storms around Manteno up towards Simerton, and we're also monitoring the tornado reports too. So all things that we are watching. I'm going to send things back to Phil here. We're going to just kind of ping pong back and forth because he may be catching a new report that I haven't seen. Yeah. So Phil, what do you have now?
Well, we have 4 separate warnings, 4 separate tornado warnings in all. The one that expires the earliest is at 11 a.m., and that does include parts of Will County and the southern parts of DuPage County. You get north of that, this is the one that includes the city. That expires at 11:15, includes areas north of I-88 and the eastern half of DuPage County and much of the northern, parts of the northern parts of Cook County, basically from about the airport over to maybe as far north as, say, Skokie and Point South. That's until 11:15. 11:15 also, this is a newer warning for the southern parts of Cook County, including around Oak Forest, Oak Lawn, Evergreen Park, Cal City, and down towards the Sauganash neighborhood. And then 11:30 for much of the southern parts of Will County. All associated with the same line of storms. You see this right here, right along the leading edge. That is some rotation. That's some rotation. Right there, there's some rotation, and possibly a little harder to decipher because it's right by the NWS radar site. That's another potential area where there is rotation. So anywhere along this front, you have winds gusting to 60, 70, maybe 80 miles per hour, and then you get these brief spin-ups where you get these little wedges that are going in there, there, and there. You can get a tornado, maybe only last 2, 3, 4 minutes, but instead of having 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds, you could have winds 100, 110, 115 miles per hour, and hence we have the tornado warning. So we focus in. I want to take this out of play because these things are moving at a pretty good clip, over 50 miles per hour. But I want to focus in. Let me just move this map over. Right there. That just to the east of Bolingbrook. In this area, I'm concerned, especially around Woodridge, moving east right along I-55 there, right where I-55 and 355 meet. Another area of concern, let's go a little farther north. Right here, just moving east of Lisle. This is possibly a tornado too, with the velocity display there showing the green next to red. Maybe some rotation right in there. You go a little farther north, up towards Wheaton, east of Wheaton, heading into Glen Ellen. Another possible area of rotation there. So all along this line, there are signs of rotation. And where there isn't rotation, or if there is no tornado, we're still talking incredibly powerful winds. Let's zoom in on this area here, see what the winds are. 65 miles per hour just to the east of Crest Hill. So plenty to talk about. Not only do we have all these tornado warnings in effect, surrounding them, severe thunderstorm warnings. Don't worry, Indiana, you're not done yet. You actually have possibly the highest flood potential. An interesting note on these storms. You get farther north than DuPage County. Yes, you're going to get some thunderstorms, but the activity will not be as intense. This is the area that we're most concerned about, and that includes this area as well, as these storms are plowing into a line that has developed. And as you get these merging cells, as we call them, you get a lot of lift and you can get a lot of severe weather, and that's certainly the case along this line down in Will County from about Frankfort and New Lenox southeastward down towards I'm trying to think if it's down towards Peatone here and then curving over towards Lake Village. So a nasty day of severe weather. We have that severe thunderstorm watch. That's in effect until 2 p.m. But I think the biggest concern is between now and about noon, maybe 1 p.m. for you folks in northwest Indiana. Just want to see if we have an update on any additional tornado warnings. But right now, those are the 4 warnings in effect. It does include the city. For the city, it's in effect until 11:15. That does include southern Cook County. 11:30 is when the tornado warning for much of Will County will expire. So plenty to talk about. Take shelter. This is not something to take lightly. This entire line has the potential of these brief tornado spin-ups, and even if you don't get a tornado, you could get winds gusting to well over 70 miles per hour. Tracy.
Yeah, and Phil, we're looking at some live camera there from Clarendon Hills. And gosh, I mean, that's the thing. When we get these tornado warnings, you know, it's kind of tough to even see at times. They're so rain wrapped. There's so much lightning that's out there. It may obstruct the visibility of rotation and circulation, but trees I can see kind of bending over there in Clarendon Hills as we take a peek there. But indeed, this is a situation where we've been hearing from some building managers in the city. They want employees to get to the main levels of the buildings that they are in. So if you're happening to watch us from one of the local office buildings, your building manager may be encouraging you to get to the lowest level of the building you're in. We're certainly under this tornado warning here in Chicago until 11:15. That covers this tornado warning, the northern extent of it. So it includes the Schaumburg area down toward Naperville, right here in the city. And then we get that same additional tornado warning in effect in southern Cook County in the Oak Forest area. If you're in Flossmoor, it is time for you to get to your safe place. You folks in Crete, you were just dealt such a big blow of damage a couple weeks ago with the tornadoes that we had then. You're under a tornado warning again, and it's in effect until 11:30, as you can see across the Peatone area right now as we get into southern Will County. And then we have this one that will expire primarily there, that includes northern Will County. That expires at 11 o'clock this morning. But aside from the tornado warnings, we can't stress enough how the Weather Service wanted us, they asked us to include in our messaging to you that we want you to know that aside from the potential for tornadoes and circulation, we're looking at straight line damaging wind gusts of 80 miles per hour or maybe even greater. Severe thunderstorm warnings, they're starting to get trimmed back. That's some really good news. But we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have the tornado warnings. Let's go to the radar right now. It really tells the story, and I'm just going to jog this around just a little bit for you. So if you're in Beecher right now, please get to the lowest level of the building that you are in, because these storms are coming your way at this very second. And where you see these pinks, these bright hues, this fuchsia color, that's telling me there's probably some hail, maybe even some decent sized hail within that. But we also take those storms back up toward the Joliet area, New Lenox. If you're in Homer Glen, I'm sure you are getting some torrential rain. But as we broaden the map, you can see how things are starting to get much lighter out to the west. But our focus at this moment is still on areas under the tornado warnings. And as Phil has been talking about too, leading edge of these storms right here at the beginning, as these storms are kind of being pushed out or bowed out, we are getting some very powerful winds. Along with that, the extensive amount of lightning. I cannot emphasize this enough. I get concerned about this much lightning. I know a lot of kiddos are trying to get outside, get in some of those last minute summer activities. Now the lightning strikes between what we have in Illinois over in Indiana within a 15-minute duration, nearly 3,000 lightning strikes at this very second. I did just take a look at some wind gusts around the Joliet area with our velocity data, and Phil talks about kind of those greens near those reds. assessing a 73-mile-per-hour wind gust around the Joliet area at this very moment. So these are all things that we are watching. Interestingly enough, we're also not just concerned about the rotation, tornado warnings, not just the straight line wind damage, but hail. And these are our hail tracks right now. So I mentioned to you with that line around Manteno, the potential for some hail. And we are getting some hail. Now, it could be pea-size, penny-size, quarter-size hail, but we've heard a few isolated reports of hail that's been a little larger in diameter than just quarter size. And you can see the hail tracks. I have this running back about a couple of hours, so our hail tracks are certainly in full view across many of those western, southern suburbs right now over toward Joliet. I still expect more hail potentially to move into northwest Indiana. We go through some of the tornado warnings in effect until 11:30 this morning for Kankakee, Will County, followed by some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. But these tornado warnings do continue in our area for now with this enhanced risk of severe weather. I'm just gonna, again, put the goggles on, see if there are any new reports since I started speaking with you. We still have the tornado warning in southern Will, as well as, let's see, central Will in southern Cook County until 11:15.
Hey, Tracy?
Yes, Phil, what do you have?
You know, the latest warning is that one for Lake County in Indiana.
Indiana.
I mean, they've been coming one after the other, and they haven't really expired except for the northern part of DuPage County there. But this is the newest one, Tracy, that just got issued, and it's in effect until 11:30. It does encompass virtually all of Lake County in Indiana till 11:30. Not Lake County, Illinois. For the Chicago city area, the immediate metropolitan area, the tornado warning is in effect until 11:15, so about 25 more minutes. This is the one that did include parts of DuPage County, the northern half of DuPage County. That has since been canceled as the rotation has moved out of the northern part of DuPage County. Till 11 a.m. it is in effect for the southern part of DuPage County. It's kind of hard to see all this with all these warnings and expiration times. And down here, this is a tornado warning for much of Will and northern Kankakee counties, and that's in effect until 11:30. So you get the idea. We have all these little areas of rotation. This is the area. Here is 88 right here, and you're getting east of the tri-state. That's where we're getting some of this rotation. Let's focus in on this area. You can see it now close to Lombard. I'm not getting quite the display that I was getting just a few minutes ago, so let me zoom back out of this and we'll see if we can get a better view of where we could be having some rotation. Now, this is the leading edge of the strong winds. So you get close to Oak Park. Let's take a sample of that, see what the winds are. Again, this is aloft 53 miles per hour, but then you go down towards Tinley Park and look at, you see those kind of magenta colors here? These are even stronger winds. And we're talking about winds. Let's take a quick look here. It's going to show up.
Hey, Phil,
yes.
While you're looking over that, I just wanted to make a mention that we are just getting word of a ground stop at O'Hare, which makes sense given everything that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
And you can see a live lookout in the Rosemont area looking fairly ominous out that way. But for those who have flights, you want to make sure you give a check ahead because the airport certainly been impacted. I'm not hearing anything out of Midway right now. We'll, of course, let you know. Midway is also reporting the ground stop. Thank you guys for letting me know that. So both O'Hare and Midway right now, we are getting reports of ground stops at both airports because, suffice it to say, in Cook County, we are under a tornado warning. And Phil, I'll let you take it back there. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to get that info out.
Yeah, it's good information. It's certainly not surprising. The good news is by early to mid-afternoon, this stuff will be gone and things will settle down. But, you know, you get down to these magenta colors. Look at these winds. These are just straight line winds. Get ready, Chicago Heights. We're talking 79 mile per hour winds in this. Now, granted, that's a off. So you got to deduct some, but some of this will get to the surface. We'll get winds well over 60, perhaps up to 70 miles per hour, and that includes areas around Moni. Let's clear that out, and I want to show you something else with this. as we pull on out, and this is the leading edge right here. So let's focus in on that, where you get these little wedges. That's where you could get a tornado, possibly down here towards Tinley Park. You see that little area right here? Then you get another one right here. It's very hard to decipher these because you don't. It's not one of these massive tornadoes that creates a debris ball that makes it very easy to see. But this is the area I would have some concern with. This is along the leading edge of the storms, and you can see how some of the brightest colors are in our southern suburbs. So you get down towards Peatone, Frankfort. This is where we are seeing some of the strongest winds. Let's take another sample of that just to see how strong the winds are down there towards Peatone with this line. 89 miles per hour. That probably means surface winds of 75 to 80 miles per hour. So that in itself can create a heck of a lot of damage. And we could get these brief spin-ups of tornadoes where we are seeing those little wedges along the leading line. One right there to the west of Crete, one right there, very close to Tinley Park. Doesn't mean there's an actual tornado there. It does mean there's some rotation, though. And so you can get these brief spin-ups within this line, this strong line of very powerful winds that now extends especially from Berwyn, getting very, very close to Midway. And as you get farther north, well, we switched radars. That's why the colors switched on me. But let's see. Just want to get a closer view up at O'Hare. Up at O'Hare, it doesn't look as bad. I would say basically the cutoff is like the Ike and Point South, I-88 extended. That's where we're getting the worst of it. And here in the city, we are just minutes away. You know, it's about at Oak Park, moving at 55 miles per hour. So here in the city, right at about the top of the hour, maybe a minute or two after is when we are going to get the worst of these storms, at least as far as the winds are concerned. And there you can see this. Let's just step this back a little. Watch how this line in front, I'm going to zoom this out just a little bit. Watch how this line out in front of it develops, and then these main cells right there hits that line and really intensifies it as it continues to race off to the east. So the worst of the storms here in the city, about 10 minutes away. Roughly the worst of the storms right now are a little bit farther to the south. Southern Cook County, Chicago Heights, Richton Park, down towards Flossmoor, and then heading into northwest Indiana. That's where we're seeing at least the strongest winds, but we still have that area of rotation even up into sections of Cook County to the west of the city. Maybe a hint of rotation right there around Summit. Not seeing really any wedges in Oak Park, but that Tinley Park area is of note, and especially down towards Madison, Frankfort, and Monier. That's where we're seeing the powerful winds. Again, some of these tornado warnings about to expire, thank goodness. Others will continue as late as 11:30, and I wouldn't be surprised if you folks in Porter, Newton, Jasper counties get included in additional tornado warnings. Tracy, let's go back to you. What's the latest that you have?
Yeah, and you know what? We're noticing kind of like this band right around this box, right around southern Cook County, and that is telling us that some powerful wind speeds, tornadic or not, are moving into those areas. And Phil just pointed that exact thing out on the radar. We want you to know we've heard from some folks out at Metra saying that many of their lines are being impacted. So not only do we have the situation at O'Hare, out at Midway, both airports under ground stops right now, but the Weather Service is also flashing over in northwest Indiana. And when we have this kind of pink border, that is telling us that a particularly concerning situation with powerful wind gusts is coming your way. And that's what this very crudely drawn circle is with these powerful winds that have been expected with these storms. 80-mile-per-hour winds, in addition to the potential for a tornado, but just from 80 to maybe up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts are impacting our area with these storms that are fast movers. And in fact, as we said, out at O'Hare, things looking pretty ominous right now. You can certainly see that camera is shaking quite a bit. And Just a reminder to anybody who is watching us here in the city, there have been some building managers that have contacted us here at ABC7. Hey, we want our employees to get to the main levels of the buildings. And of course, you got to stay away from the windows. So we have tornado warnings, multiple ones. This is from Midway. I mean, you look at that and you say, where is that? What is that? Intense rainfall. And that's the problem that we get into sometimes where we have a tornado warning, but this circulation can be rain wrapped. It can be basically lightning wrapped within a wall of lightning, and you may have trouble seeing the actual storm itself. But here's the thing. I want you to be away from windows anyway. We have our cameras out there to show you what it's looking like. So we go back to take a peek, looking at downtown. Can't see a whole lot. There's some lightning right there for you. We've talked about how really popular lightning has been with these storms. These are all the severe thunderstorm warnings. They account for strong damaging winds. They account for large hail reports in addition to the tornado warnings. So where I showed you that pink box over in Northwest Indiana, that's this area right here, showing all of these fuchsia and white colors reflecting on the radar. And that is telling us it's a particularly concerning situation with strong, powerful winds. Out toward Moni right now, we are getting reports of just torrential downpours with these fast-moving storms, but so much moisture feeding into these storms, they have plenty of time to produce, as I say, prolific amounts of rain. Here in Chicago, so it doesn't look like much, right? But we are about to get in on some of these very strong gusty winds. And as I said, just a wall of lightning that is out there and in the city right now, particularly dark here in the city, but lighting up the sky with a lot of lightning. I like to look at the lightning counter within the past 15 minutes. Illinois, Indiana, we've had over 2,000 lightning strikes. Earlier this morning, we were up to about 4,000 lightning strikes. But as we are looking here at our gate-to-gate shear, let's take a look, see if we can assess where we are getting some of those stronger wind gusts. And we know when those greens and reds are kind of coming together, we know that some of those wind speeds are feeding us 70 and 80 mile per hour wind speeds. We have seen that picked up on our velocity data. And also hail. So hail was not going to be one of our bigger severe weather elements, but it has showed up. And as we look at hail tracks, numerous reports of primarily smaller size hail, pea size, penny size, but within some of these hail cores, there have been some larger hailstones as well. So back to the radar, we get these tornado warnings, that tornado warning in effect in Lake County now until 11:30 this morning. We're still holding on to tornado warnings in Kankakee and Will County, and then until 11:15 here in Cook County, we still have that tornado warning as well. We still have this level 3 risk, numerous severe thunderstorms. Well, that certainly has panned out, right? With even the tornado risk, but all along we knew that there was going to be a significant risk of excessively high wind speeds. We have a severe thunderstorm watch as of right now. It's in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon. They've expanded it farther east. But our concern right now here in the Chicago area, severe thunderstorms, as we take a look. Now, this is the camera looking along the lake, right? Kind of over the city, northwest, looking northwest. And you can see how the leading edge of that cloud deck is just moving in from the north and west and moving right toward Chicago. So darkening skies, if you're not in that safe space, in that lowest level of the place that you are in, it's time to get there, especially if you are one of the communities under a tornado warning. This is the Greenfield area. Yeah, and take a look at I'm sorry, Rate Field. What am I saying? Yes, Rate Field. So the White Sox have a game there this evening. I think it's going to look a lot different there this evening than it looks right now. And by different, I mean a whole lot better. So we have the big ball game tonight. out at the Rate. White Sox playing there. I think it's against, is it the Reds? Who are we playing this evening? I'm trying to remember. The Reds. So that I think is going to be able to be played this evening. No longer should we have any warnings or anything in effect by that time. All right, Phil, I'm going to let you take the reins here for a little bit of time. Have there been any additional tornado warnings?
One new warning, this one for parts of Lake and now Porter counties. That one is in effect. I have to double check this. I believe it's 11:50 because I just, we'll check right now. We're going to stop this and we're going to take a look. Let's see what time that one expires. It's just getting kind of cluttered. 11:45 for you folks in Porter County, 11:30 for you folks in Lake County, Indiana. This one also 11:30 for the eastern part of Will County. That's been cut back. This dangerous one, this is the area, Oak Forest, Lansing, getting close to Hammond as well as Sauganash neighborhood, Hagwich. This is the area, or Hagwich, not Sauganash, Sauganash up here. And then the warning for the city, that will expire in about 13 minutes. No longer any warnings up here. That has expired for DuPage County and for Cook County once you get west of about Oak Park. But I want to show you this because there are areas that I'm more concerned about. So here's the city. We're getting some of the strongest winds we're going to get right now. But you get on the south and especially southwest side of the city and then down towards Chicago Heights and points around Worth and Alsip. This area and Point South is where we're seeing some of the strongest winds. You folks in Moni know what I'm talking about. Look at some of the estimated winds here. How about 108? Now that's aloft, but that easily translates to 80 to 90 miles per hour at the surface. And you can see how this is now beginning to move into Lake County in Indiana. So let me erase that one and zoom in a little bit closer. Let's check out you folks around Cedar Lake and between Cedar Lake and St. John. Estimated winds 104. We also, let me take that off, are still concerned with the tornado spin up along this because you get these little wedges, and we are still seeing them, and I won't be surprised if we end up doing multiple surveys by the National Weather Service come the next several days of some of the damage these are going to cause. Because you see these little wedges, one right there, southwest of Merrillville, another one a little bit farther to the south near Lowell, okay? Those are the two that I'm seeing right now. Not real great rotation there, but when you have winds aloft of 108 miles per hour, and that's not very high up, you are going to have winds gusting at the surface, most likely of 80 to 90 miles per hour. That's as strong as an EF1 tornado, and it can be more sustained. So a lot of times you get a pattern like this, you get more damage than you would get from a tornado that will hit just an isolated spot. So the worst of it right now is right along the Illinois-Indiana line, from, the southern parts of Cook County down through much of the eastern part of Will County, east of I-57 and west of I-65, moving eastward. So get ready, Crown Point. Get ready anywhere along I-65 south, including you folks down in Lowell and eventually Rensselaer. This is all moving off to the east. I want to show you a radar display with just reflectivity, because you can see here in the city, we haven't had much until right there. So we're getting the worst of it right now. But what's happened is this activity has become more intense. The activity really getting going as you get into northwest Indiana. So that's what I'm seeing right now. Here's where the warnings are in effect. So we still have this one tornado warning for the city. That will expire in about 10 minutes. But now our concern is beginning to shift to the area right along the Illinois-Indiana line, east of I-57 and into Lake and Porter counties. Wouldn't be surprised if we get another warning, possibly affecting parts of the southern parts of Lake County and maybe even into Jasper counties here over the next, say, half hour or so. But the worst in the city is going to be coming to an end here in the next, say, 10 minutes or so. The worst in Illinois is going to come to an end here shortly. But you can see we have a live shot coming in. And where's this from? from Hyde Park, again, a little south of the downtown area. And you can see, obviously, a drenching rain. Right now, the strongest winds probably just moving through Hyde Park. We could pan up, I don't know if my photographer can hear us, but, oh, look. Ooh, and there you see the Dan Ryan. Traffic actually still moving okay. Obviously, there isn't a lot of people out right now. But again, I think the worst of this, as far as damaging winds, will be southern Cook County into Will County and into Lake County, Indiana, where we are seeing some of those strongest winds. Again, we have 3 active tornado warnings. One right around the city. That will expire in about 7-8 minutes. More importantly, the ones in Lake and Porter County. And I say more importantly because that's where we are seeing the more ominous display of some hints of rotation and certainly some very damaging winds as this storm complex is continuing to race off to the east-southeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour. Tracy was talking about the Sox getting the game, and yeah, no problem by this evening as the worst of the weather will be completely out of the area by early this afternoon. Still storming out there. That will be the case for the next hour or so, but the worst here in the city will be over in just the next few minutes. Tracy.
All right, Phil, thanks so much. A couple of items of note. We are getting reports from the Homewood area, potentially a tornado there. And I'm looking at velocity data again, and we're starting to see what is showing and appearing to be some rotation on our velocity data. Over around St. John, Indiana, also, it is time for you to seek shelter. I just saw a report from the Weather Service where they are suggesting, yes, we have reports of a tornado being observed around St. John, Indiana at this very moment. Also, if you're in the Homewood area, please recognize this is the time you got to get to that safe space. So we always review those safety details. Sometimes it's like, well, wait a minute, where am I supposed to go? Well, yeah, you definitely need to get to the lowest level of the structure that you are in. So that's what we talk about. Also, ComEd is reporting 46,000 customers impacted without power. So as for tornado warnings, we still have this one in Cook County, which will be allowed to expire at 11:15. We have 11:09 right now. So the Weather Service is saying, yeah, we're going to let that one expire. But we still have Eastern Lake County over in Porter County, Indiana, where we still have a tornado warning that is in effect there. And Phil and I have been trying to emphasize throughout the morning how important it is to recognize that it's not just the tornado potential, but this potential where we have been talking about 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. I'm going to go back here, see if the Weather Service has any additional reports. Ricky out at Weather Service saying the storms are now moving eastward at about 80 miles per hour. You think about that. Tornado-like straight line winds moving into the Valparaiso area very, very shortly. So if you're in Valparaiso, there it is right there. Where you see these fuchsia and white hues, that's telling us to be concerned, quite frankly, of powerful wind gusts. They are translating aloft down to the surface, and in some cases, we are getting some of that rotation. As I mentioned to you, we just had reports back around St. John, Indiana, Lowell, Indiana, of some intense wind gusts there. Here in Chicago, skies are dark. We've seen quite a bit of lightning for certain, but over in Northwest Indiana is where we're bearing the brunt of it. Some folks, I wish we weren't seeing folks out there in the city getting caught in this, but you can see the rain is really coming down. I have yet to see any flash flood issues. I will not be shocked at all if we hear of some ponding on some of those low-level areas, but another look-see downtown for you and over into the Hyde Park. Looks like someone is encountering some car trouble there. I feel for them. This is certainly not a situation where we want anyone to have to be dealing with car trouble, and Please, if you come around someone who is, don't honk your horn at them. Trust me, I know they don't want to be there in that sort of situation. But even over the city, skies are dark. The rain has been intense at times, but what has been the most intense has not been just the lightning, which we're seeing some flashes right there as we go around. I think this is our camera toward, is that the Dan Ryan we're looking at? Yeah, thank you, Tom. Looking over the Dan Ryan, you can see how shaky the camera is, because in the southern suburbs right now is where we are seeing some of the more formidable wind gusts. And we have those cameras giving you the view so that you don't need to run to your windows to be seeing things. We have a lot of lightning out there right now. Please, I'm seeing folks outside. I want everyone to be inside, especially when there's lightning. We always say, if you see it, flee it. If you hear it, clear it when it comes to thunderstorm activity. And there you see some folks just running around trying to get indoors as we've had some pretty heavy rainfall coming out of these storms. Lightning count. So I've been keeping tabs on this, and within the past 15 minutes, nearly 3,000 lightning strikes in the area, which is certainly quite a bit. Velocity data continuing to show where you see these bright pink hues. That's telling us there are some really powerful wind gusts over there in Indiana feeding in behind some of these very strong storms. And we've been monitoring hail data as well. As we look at the hail tracks, there's been quite a bit of it across the area. I haven't seen the largest hail size I saw was a 2-inch diameter hailstone, maybe over around Wheatfield, Indiana. I think the bulk of the hail that we have had in the area has been pea size, penny size, quarter size. But a severe thunderstorm watch, it still remains in effect for Chicago until 2 o'clock this afternoon. It won't shock me if we maybe get to see that expired early, but we have to deal with the here and now. And the here and now is the fact that we still have tornado warnings in effect. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. What does it take to get a severe thunderstorm warning? You need 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts and large hail. Well, we've certainly had the 58-mile-per-hour wind speeds. Of course, we have had wind speeds reportedly to 70 and 80 miles per hour. And I won't be shocked at all if we get some that are higher than that. There's that severe thunderstorm watch. We're going to take things back to Phil right now. You're going to start over in Indiana, Phil? Is that what you're focusing on?
Yeah, there is over 104,000 power outages already reported in northwest Indiana, and that number will likely go up. So we still have 3 tornado warnings. Let's start with the city. The good news is you see this red box, that's going to be expiring any minute, and the tornado threat here in Chicago and really in Illinois has passed. You get into eastern parts of Lake County, especially east of I-65. We still have a tornado warning until 11:30 and now until 11:45 for Porter County, and that's where we're seeing the worst of this activity. Now you see this big, broad purple area. That's where we're seeing some intense winds, and we'll focus in on those in just a minute. But along the leading edge where you get these little wedges, especially right here, east of Winfield, that's where we can get these brief spin-ups. We saw it around St. John, we've seen it in other places, and that's where we could get some localized tornadoes. And that will be the case here for probably, at least for Porter County, for about the next 20, maybe 30 minutes as these things are racing rapidly towards you folks in Valparaiso. You get back into this, I guess you'd call it kind of a magenta color. Let's see what some of the winds we are getting in there. How about 88 miles per hour? Again, this is a loft, but still it translates down 104 miles per hour just to the northeast of Winfield. I want to take this out of play and erase that so we can see the area we're talking about, because this is a very broad area. And so anywhere you see in this kind of bright pink, it's kind of maxing out. You're getting winds of anywhere from 80 to 100 aloft, which means 60 to 80 miles per hour at the surface. And what's impressive about this is look how wide of a span it is. It's basically from east of I-65 all the way back to about the Illinois line. That's about I don't know, maybe 15, 20 miles. Now it's moving 80 miles per hour, but you could have strong to damaging winds, not in just one gust, but for 10, 15 minutes as this entire complex moves eastward. The area most concerned, as we take a look at reflectivity, you can see how these cells develop, and then this line crashed into it. I think the area of most concern now is along and east of I-65. From Merrillville, beginning to move into Valparaiso, you're going to really see your winds increasing here shortly, and we are going to see plenty of wind damage, if not some tornado damages with these brief spin-ups that we've been talking about. So two last looks, and then I'm going to send it back to Tracy. There's our velocity display with possibly a hint of rotation. Well, look how quickly it's moving. Now it's moving into Valparaiso here at 11:15, and that area, maybe, you see those little wedges, perhaps a little bit of rotation there, but just intense winds. I want to take a quick look at this area. This might be the most intense wind. 115 mile per hour at aloft. Again, that will not be at the surface, but that is incredibly intense right along where 80-94 splits. It's going to be a major. This is going to cause some major damage. I'm not trying to be an alarmist. It's not my approach, but this is going to cause some major damage as it continues to move eastward and out of the area. The good news is you can see how rapidly it's moving, especially these severe cells. And there are signs that it is trying to weaken, but when you get a storm of this intensity and it does weaken, that's when you can get a downburst, and that can create some damage in itself. So these storms are not intensifying, but they are still intense, and they are continuing to move through, especially Porter County. So the tornado warnings still in effect until 11:30 for this part of Lake County. I think your tornado threat is pretty much over. 11:45 is in effect for Porter County. I think that's mainly from Valparaiso on east, and now another tornado warning, and this includes all of LaPorte County as these storms move rapidly, 80 miles per hour off to the east. Tracy.
And Phil, you know what? If we can stay with Phil, if we can do just a little discussion, are you able to hear me, Phil?
I can hear you.
I want to bring up when we were looking at the velocity data, and a lot of times when we're looking at velocity, we'll look at the reds and the greens.
Yes.
It's not so often we see this magenta color like we are seeing right now, indicative of how powerful just some of the straight line winds are, right?
Yeah, you know, you sometimes will see those colors, but they're very localized. And, it's also tricky trying to pick out where a tornado is because, we always talk about red next to green and you can see the rotation. That's not the case here. You get, you want to look at something we call storm relative velocity because everything is racing rapidly at 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. And then you get these little spin-ups right along the leading edge of it. That's what possibly is happening around Valparaiso. But yeah, you usually don't see that kind of magenta color indicating winds 65, 70, even upwards of 100 miles per hour, extending for a 15-mile wide area. That is extremely unusual and is very indicative of a major wind damage event.
And that's what we thought this was going to be as well. And I just want to reiterate something from Mike out at Weather Service Chicago. Possible tornado developing about over Valparaiso, just north of Valparaiso, moving east-northeast. So north of I-30, moving east to the northeast. And this possible tornado is embedded within 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts from these storms. So once again, to just repeat some of the tornado warnings that we have, Lake County, now, no longer are you under a tornado warning. That is done. But we still have the tornado warning. For those of you around Valparaiso, I really hope that you are in your safe space, that lowest level or the interior section of the structure that you are in. And we also have the tornado warning now going to continue for parts of LaPorte County right up until the noon hour. Within this broad circle is where we are currently seeing some of the most powerful wind gusts with these storms. And the Weather Service just alluded to that with that mention of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, aside from the potential tornado. That's been the problem with this situation too, where as we're trying to identify circulations, we're trying to look through a lot of other things: lightning, torrential rain, even some hail in some cases, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings, many of them being canceled or have expired on the Illinois side. The exception is in Iroquois County and then eastern Kankakee County. For those of you in the Grant Park area, in Kankakee County, not here in the city, but in Kankakee, you're still under that severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have that continuing over into northern Indiana too. So here's this storm in Valparaiso right now, the one we are talking about, potentially tornadic, potentially containing some 80-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go back. See, we're kind of on the back edge of some of the sturdy stuff. I mean, I was looking outside our State Street studio window, was looking pretty dark out there, almost like we were broadcasting at night or very early in the morning, but it is around the noon hour. And yeah, certainly not much sunlight out there, but the back edge of some of the heaviest stuff is coming through the city right now. So let's take this back into Northwest Indiana. Let's do a little bit of storm tracking for you so you can get your bearings with what the direction of these storms are. They're moving and they're just racing along. So that's why I have to make the cone fairly large. So there you see Wanata area, the Kankakee area over there toward LaPorte County. Some of you are in the path of some of these storms coming your way. Torrential rain, I haven't seen any flash flood warnings. However, if you live in one of those low-lying areas or you're near a creek or a stream, most likely the waters have certainly risen with that heavy rain that continues. We still have quite a bit of lightning visible around the area, and the lightning strikes have been impressive, counting thousands of lightning strikes within 10 to 15 minutes. But I want to go back to the velocity data because this is what has struck Phil and myself so much, pardon the pun with regard to lightning too, but the fact that we're seeing such a wide swath of this magenta color, and that tells us there are very powerful, widespread damaging winds most likely within these storms. And yes, when we're looking at tornado possibilities, we often talk about a little bit of a notch or a hook within the red and the green next to each other. But when we look at this magenta color, and again, I'm just so struck by how large the coverage of this color is, that to me is suggesting, yeah, we have some very powerful wind speeds that we are still dealing with, as well as some hail. We didn't think hail was going to be the biggest component of severe weather, but we've certainly had some observations and some hail tracks to confirm that we have certainly seen that. And I know some of you are so tired of the hail, so tired of the wind damage, and unfortunately areas that did get so much damage a couple weeks ago on July 27th from storms, you've had to relive this all over again. But these powerful winds have extended anywhere from some of our north and northwest suburbs up toward Elgin, over toward Palatine, and south and east as we have watched these storms throughout the morning. I'm just going to put the goggles on again and look at some of the real-time data here from the Weather Service. So maps coming up out in Naperville, trees, damaged trees. We're also looking at possibly 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts from Portage, Indiana on eastward, across Porter County, including the Chesterton area. And once again, that's this big, bright magenta color that is telling us, yeah, radar is kind of confirming that very information. Phil, we've talked about power outages. You said hundreds of thousands of customers over in Northwest Indiana with power outages. We know ComEd has reported power outages. We've had ground stops at the airports, Metro being impacted. This is widespread impact from these storms.
It is. In Northwest Indiana, NIPSCO is reporting 193,000 people or residents without power. That number will likely continue to increase as we watch these severe storms tornadic storms at times moving to the east. Very difficult sometimes to pick out where the actual tornadoes, if there are tornadoes with this line, because the winds are as strong as a tornado. That's why we're getting that magenta color as you were talking about. And as you call them, I'm putting my goggles on here, and I want to zoom in here because the worst, or the area, the leading edge of a possible tornado, you see this right here. It's not quite the wedge we saw earlier, and then up here towards Chesterton. That would be potentially some rotation. Very hard to tell with the storm moving so quickly. But you see that area around Chesterton where we're almost getting some whites in there? Let's take a sample of that because that's not a good sign. So just to the west of Chesterton along I-94, look at that, 121 mile per hour. Now this is a loft, but you take about, I don't know, 20 to 25% less than that, and that means surface winds are likely up around 100 miles per hour. Right along, here's the tollway, here's I-94, both just getting hammered, Chesterton getting hit hard. This is heading towards Beverly Shores, but especially I think you get a little farther south. That's the area of greatest concern. Now, we still have a couple of tornado warnings in effect. Neither are in Illinois. This one is in effect until 11:45. It's 11:27. You folks in Valparaiso, you're getting the strong winds now. Those will start to die down in about 5 minutes or so. And probably about 11:35, 11:40, the threat in Porter County will come to an end. And then we're talking about LaPorte County, where there is the tornado warning for the same line in effect until noon. Again, these storms are racing to the east. They remain fairly intense. There you can see the activity. Now notice all that magenta we saw on that. That's starting to weaken. But as it does so, you get this downburst of air, especially along the leading edge of it. So even though we're not getting quite the rainfall rates, it's still obviously pouring, but you start to get some even stronger winds as the storm diminishes in overall height and in overall strength. But look at this. Still got this massive area of magenta with winds, the strongest winds right there, right around Chesterton. That really sticks out when you start to see the white like that. And can't rule out a possible tornado there northeast of Valparaiso, right in this area here. You start to get these little wedges along the leading edge. That could be some rotation, but boy, Chesterton, you are just getting it right now. Let's take a sample of the wind there, right over Chesterton, 113. So yeah, there is going to be a lot of damage, as we've had a report, 193,000 people without power in Northwest Indiana. That number will likely grow to significantly more. I don't want to speculate how high because this is one of the largest wind events I've seen. The hardest hit areas were basically from DuPage County, especially the southern parts of DuPage County through Will County, and then the activity really exploded as far as wind in southern Cook into eastern Will County, throughout much of Lake and Porter counties, and now the strongest winds are east of I-65. Basically, you got to get Ogden Dunes east. Let's take a broader view of this where the winds are still intense. And yeah, anywhere along I-65 east, still some very powerful winds. This is the area, though, where you can get these spin-up tornadoes. Right in there, east of Valparaiso, heading into LaPorte County. Back to the west in our area, the worst of the storms, at least here in the city, are beginning to diminish. There you see the city, and you can see as we take a broader view, yeah, we have some general rain, but this Boeing echo right there is what we're concerned about as it's pushing into eastern parts of Porter County and especially into sections of LaPorte County. So we're not out of the woods yet. If you're east of I-65, especially in eastern Porter County and into LaPorte County, here in the city, we'll continue to deal with some rain and a few lightning strikes, but the chances of severe weather here in the city have pretty much come to an end. That's not the case if you're east of Valparaiso and especially in LaPorte County. Tracy.
And Phil, you know, we've talked extensively throughout the morning how we knew this was going to be a significant wind threat. And now You talked about Indiana power outages. ComEd is letting us know there are 265,000 customers without power right now. So damaging winds. We've had reports of some tree damage around the Homewood area. I just saw that report from the Weather Service. We've had reports out in some of the west. I mean, you go just about any direction around Chicago and there's been some sort of impact from these thunderstorms. So here is the radar in motion. Again, as Phil was talking about, we still have the tornado warnings eastern half of Porter County in northern Indiana. This is in effect for a little bit longer, and we're still getting the impact from some of those severe storms around Valparaiso over toward Chesterton, and now our concern heads into LaPorte. So if you're in Michigan City, right through the Knox area, that's where there is still this potential for 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. This wind element has been such a huge integral part of these storms this morning, and we knew this was potentially going to be a very high wind event. There are still, in addition to tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect. Still over in the eastern half of Lake County in Indiana, you're holding on to it. You're still getting a push of some wind behind the main line of some storms, but also the severe thunderstorm warnings continuing in Porter and then down southward into Jasper and Newton counties. So this morning, the models were spot on. I talked all morning long about how we thought we would see this bowing shape. If you were watching this morning, you may remember me talking about that, thinking of like a bow and arrow. Well, and that's why we call it a bow echo or a bowing line of storms. And that's because there's been such an intense push of wind coming in along with these storms. So let's go closer in, do a little bit of storm tracking for you. So I'll track this particular area coming out of Valparaiso, Chesterton. It's kind of moving to the east and northeast just to get a general idea of some places that are in the path of some of these storms. And in fact, we want to take a look over in the Chesterton area. And this is a live look from I-94. You can see the rain coming down, and it does look like traffic is being impacted right under that bridge there, really slowing down. I know we got a still picture here at this moment, but you can see as you look, looks to be quite a bit of traffic, a lot of lights that appear to be stopped. So things have slowed down there, probably because of the intensity of some of this rain. Those powerful wind gusts still continuing, and the lightning remains very vivid throughout northwest Indiana with numerous lightning strikes. We're seeing less and less lightning here on the Illinois side, although still some visible. But once again, I think when Phil and I have our own little discussion, we have a little post-mortem after this, as many as meteorologists do. And Phil and I are going to talk. One, I'm so grateful you're here because you and I haven't been able to work together like this in a really long time. And I'm so happy you're here. So a little personal commentary there. But I think how damaging the wind potential was. We saw this coming, and how unfortunately it has happened.
Yeah, and you were referring to the models earlier, really locking in on this because we call this like a mesoscale system. It's not like a low pressure or high pressure that can cover a third or a quarter of the country, but it's definitely large enough where the models can lock into it and get a pretty good forecast of it. And that certainly was the case here. We were talking about the time stamp yesterday from about 10 a.m. till 1 p.m., and that's exactly when it rolled through. So that certainly is the bright side of this. The dark side is the amount of damage that it's causing. And we still have this tornado warning. It will expire in 10 minutes, but the tornado threat is really diminished in Porter County. It's now moving into LaPorte County, but still some damaging winds throughout much of Porter County and anywhere east of I-65. The wind's still really howling and still probably causing some damage. But you see this area close to Michigan City, little wedge there east of Wanata. Those are possible little brief spin-ups. The storm is moving at 70, 80 miles per hour. So you're not going to see those greens where, say, the storm is heading back towards the radar site. That's obviously when you have some of it moving away right next to some moving towards you, that can be an indication of rotation. But when everything is moving 80 miles per hour, the stuff moving back towards you is still getting pushed. So you don't get the really solid display of rotation on velocity. Sometimes we go to storm relative velocity. That can help somewhat. But right now, the worst is beginning to head out of Chesterton and towards Michigan City. We're going to do another sampling here to see exactly how strong these winds are. And again, there could be a spin-up tornado here south and east of Michigan City. I think there's a place called, let's zoom in, Kingsford Heights, is it? Yeah, Kingsford Heights, that little wedge right there, right in here, maybe up in here. But you get into this magenta colors, and that's where we are just seeing some really intense winds. Let's zoom back out just a bit and take a sample right about here, 72 miles per hour. High, but not crazy. 106, there you get it. So let me get the eraser out. There, 106, and move it so we can see, that was just southeast of Porter, right in here. So still you folks around Chesterton, right along anywhere from where 80-94 split and over to Michigan City and south, this is the area where we're seeing the most intense winds. That doesn't mean we're not seeing intense winds, excuse me, elsewhere, but I think the most intense winds is in that northeast and even down towards Couch getting some strong winds, but especially heading into Michigan City and just south of Michigan City. In this area right here, we're getting some very intense winds just moving to the east of Chesterton now. But look at this, extends all the way back towards I-65. So if you go back several miles, and let's say we take a sample from here, 76 miles per hour. So your winds at the surface probably gusting to 55. Earlier, your winds were gusting to 80. Granted, it's not as strong, but certainly enough to create more problems and more damage. But it's this area, 93 miles per hour. Again, this is not what we would see most likely at the surface. It would be about guesstimating 20% less than that, but 93. So we're talking about 75 mile per hour winds. Excuse me, creating a lot of problems in northwest Indiana. You got to get east of I-65 and especially into Porter and now spreading into LaPorte County. And that's where we continue to have that tornado warning in effect until noon. The tornado warning for the eastern part of Porter County, I think your tornado threat is pretty much over now, though there were possibly a few spin-up tornadoes just 10, 15 minutes ago. And there you see all the severe thunderstorm warnings on the backside of this, because even though the tornado threat is over, you're still going to have some strong to damaging winds here for several more minutes before the threat continues to move off to the east. So really the biggest threat is now well east of I-65 from eastern Porter County, extreme eastern Porter County, and especially into much of LaPorte County, where we still see hints of rotation, and that's why that tornado warning is in effect for LaPorte County until noon. Tracy.
All right, Phil, I'm getting some reports that the severe thunderstorm watch on the Illinois side, they're trimming that back and canceling it early in many locations. But I'll go through some of the damage reports. We've had reports from the Hinsdale area, from Westmont, of tree branches down around Homewood, Lake Station. We've had reports of standing water over in parts of northwest Indiana. Take a look at this near 195th and LaGrange Road. A report of a 91 mile per hour wind gust in Oswego, reports of 65 mile per hour wind gusts. These types of reports, you see where all these little dots are? We are going to see this kind of map loaded up with all of those circles, but we're starting to see that rain getting lighter in Lake County, Indiana, but still kind of a whoosh of some of those strong winds that remains over that direction. We have had crews all over the area, north and west and south. And in fact, I want to bring in Jasmine Miner because I think Jasmine may be in Storm Tracker right now. You're on 294. You're headed over toward Indiana. Is that correct, Jasmine?
Yes, I am, Tracy. You know, I have to tell you that we were coming out of Lakeshore Drive, and that was when the rain was really, really, really heavy coming out of downtown Chicago. And Storm Tracker's a pretty large truck, right? Even our car was shaking a little bit. So right now we are heading on 294 towards Northwest Indiana, where we are told that 240,000 people are currently without power. So you can see it's light rain right now, but we are expecting that to pick up here, honestly, in the next 10 to 20 minutes and see what we find over in Northwest Indiana. And hopefully everyone is mostly staying indoors for the storms right now. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Jasmine. Be safe, of course. I'm glad that you're not driving through heavy rain right now. I'm glad you're kind of following the storms as they kind of move off to the east. I don't like to send our crews out into the thick of it, quite frankly, but let's review what we still have. So this is a tornado warning, does include Valparaiso. I think that will be expiring very, very shortly as the brunt of this stuff continues to move east. But those of you in LaPorte County up into Berrien County, Michigan now under tornado warnings. And I just can't stress enough, not only have we been monitoring rotation on the radar and really keeping a close eye on the velocity data, but it has been these powerful, strong, straight line winds. I just showed you that wind gust from 195th and LaGrange Road of 91 miles per hour that was measured in that area. And still, as we move this storm system farther to the east, well, we know that those winds are going to continue to push eastward as well. So still some severe thunderstorm warnings that remain. No longer, for the most part on the Illinois side, do we have any more severe thunderstorm warnings. But this Boeing line, I cannot point to this enough. We talked about it all morning and how the models really nailed this one this morning, showing how this powerful line of storms was going to be a significant wind producer, and it has been just that. Once again, our latest report from ComEd, 265,000 customers are without power. I do want to know, and maybe you guys can check for me, are we still dealing with some issues at O'Hare and Midway? Want to get that information out to folks as well, as I know our folks at our assignment desk, thank goodness for all of you behind the scenes who are monitoring all kinds of reports. So want to know what's going on at the airports. I know Metro lines had been impacted. We're continuing to follow that information as well. But the brunt of the storms continuing to move off to the east. Still lightning that is visible around the area at this very time, but as we take a look, it's that velocity data which has cued us in and clued us into the fact that powerful wind speeds located within the parameters of these storms and showing you where that widespread magenta color is. That is telling us we have had some of those really excessively high wind gusts, and we have had some hail in the area too. But now you have tornado warnings that have been extended into southwest Michigan, over toward the South Bend area too. So if you had maybe any travel plans headed eastward, I would hold off on that, because now north central Indiana is being impacted with some of those tornado warnings. Okay, this is the box I wanted to get to. No longer is there a severe thunderstorm watch here on the Illinois side. It has been canceled early. It was going to be in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon. They're holding on to it Davenport toward Peoria. As you can see, we still have the watch box in effect for Porter, Jasper, and Newton counties. Over toward LaPorte and Stark County, that's the severe thunderstorm watch. I won't be surprised at all if it's canceled very soon in northwest Indiana. We can breathe a sigh of relief, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be an afternoon where many folks are getting out there to assess what needs to be cleaned up after all of the heavy rain and certainly the damaging winds. So just to repeat, the severe thunderstorm watch, it has been canceled early. No longer is it in effect here in Chicago. We're going to continue to monitor the Weather Service, and they will continue to send out more and more information to us as far as any damage. We are going to head back to our anchors right now, Rob and Tanya, and get an update on some of the other stories that we have been covering for you.
Thank you, Tracy. Yes, indeed, we are recapping what we've been following here.
Yeah, I mean, Tracy and Phil, great work there over the last hour or so, keeping a lot of people safe. We know that weather moving through our viewing area, hitting a lot of the same areas that had suffered severe storm damage over the past several weeks and months, as of course it's been well noted, we've had a really active season.
And so that's where our crews are going to be headed over the course of the afternoon, is to check out these areas where these powerful storms have moved through earlier today. Again, Tracy said that the warning, the watches have expired early for much of the state of Illinois, some areas though still south and west being monitored. We're going to continue to follow what is happening for us both in the weather and in the news. We're going to take a quick break. We'll visit back with you in just a moment.
Were you opposed to the idea of tapering the Seroquel?
I understood that it was helping her to sleep, and I also understood that she felt as though she was still depressed, and she wanted to come off of it.
And in this correspondence back and forth on the 21st, was there any conversation about the lamotrigine and whether she took it as a mood stabilizer?
No.
As far as coming off medication, was that something that you thought might be a good option for her?
As I had expressed to her, I was hesitant. It could be done, but she would need a lot of what I would recommend to be group support, therapy, other types of treatment.
At that point, based on your interactions with her through the clinic, through all the messages, through the meetings that you've had, were you aware of whether she was getting any other support, like groups, other than Letitia Dukes and yourself?
No.
And this partial...
I apologize. Is she aware or no, she wasn't? She just said no.
Sure. If you could just...
Are you aware of whether she was?
I was aware it was recommended. I was not aware that she was interacting with any groups.
And the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Program, you have groups that are offered through the clinic, correct?
At that time we did, yes.
And if she was attending groups through the clinic, would that be something that you would have access to or be noted in her records?
Yes.
And as far as your communications with her, did she report to you that she was attending any sort of groups or therapy at other places in the community?
No.
The only person you were aware of that she was communicating with was her previous psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you made that recommendation to consult with her?
Correct.
And what's your concern, or what was your concern for not being available to her while you were on vacation with a taper?
I wanted to be there to evaluate if the taper was going okay, if she was suddenly having a hard time sleeping again, so maybe I could recommend that we go back up, or, just to reassure her, to be there for her while this was happening.
In your prior communications with her, she was very communicative with you about symptoms, about issues, about concerns, correct?
Correct.
And if you're on vacation, are you responding to my chart messages?
No. There would be someone that would respond. It would have been my nurse, and they would have consulted with the two other, and Julie, I believe her last day was the 22nd, but they would have consulted with the other NP there, but I would not be available, no.
And you were invested in this patient's care, weren't you?
Yes.
So on December 21st, after you made that recommendation that she not start the taper while you weren't available or consult with her psychiatrist, other psychiatrists, did you get a response from her at 3:57?
On December 21st?
Yes.
I see 3:47.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
So 347, she responds back to you, correct? And gives you some more information about the women and infants recommendation.
Yes.
And it reads, the psychiatrist at Women and Infants recommended a more general mental health, PHP, partial hospitalization program, right?
Correct.
Such as the one at McLean, which I'm open to. I'm also looking to schedule with a CBT therapist in Duxbury. My other therapist does have appointments this and next week, so I can follow up with her too. How would you recommend starting the taper? I will need smaller pills, as the ones I have now are all 300 milligrams. Right? That's her response?
Yes, she says her other psychiatrist does have appointments.
Okay. And in the meantime, she had also sent an email to the clinic. Are you aware?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if she spoke with the nurse at some point on the 21st?
Yes, I asked my nurse to call to, again, go over the risks of tapering, which could include worsening of mood, worsening of sleep, verify that this was really something she wanted to move forward with, remind her that I wouldn't be there.
Okay. And on December 21st, 2022 at 4:26 p.m., you respond to her in the MyChart message, right?
Right.
And you had expressed reluctance for the taper, but ultimately did you provide her a plan for taper?
Right. I said, I know Nicole reached out to you and she relayed that you would like to proceed with the taper. I'm sending as 100 milligram tablets, 200 milligrams, 2 tablets for 4 nights, 100 milligrams, 1 tablet for 4 nights, 50 milligram tabs, half tablets times 4 nights, then off. Let me know if any issues.
And is that a standard or slow taper off of Seroquel being at a 300 milligram dose?
Considering the fact that she had only been taking it for a few weeks, yes. If she had been on it for months, I would have done a slower taper.
And in addition to giving her that plan, you also had the nurse provide her with some information about DBT groups, correct?
Correct.
And what's DBT?
Dialectical behavioral therapy.
And how's that different from cognitive behavioral therapy?
Dialectical behavioral therapy, there's certain tenets to it, like emotion regulation, distress tolerance, interpersonal communication. There's a lot of skills to it. It's a very skills-based treatment. So we had recommended that as an additional support.
And the next time you had contact with the Clancys, when was that? After December 21st?
I believe that was my last contact with Lindsay.
Okay. As far as the perinatal behavioral health clinic at South Shore, you're aware that on December 30th, Patrick Clancy called in about his wife.
Correct.
And that he spoke to a nurse, Katrina Melanson.
Yes.
And the record reflects that he reported that she was safe, right? But she'd like to go to McLean.
I do recall that.
And he was advised to take her directly to the emergency department. You can't just go there to McLean, right?
Right.
In your experience.
In my experience.
And that he said he didn't want to waste a day in the ED. Is that your recollection of the record?
That is my recollection of the record.
And that he was looking just to get the bed that was offered the last time on December 15th.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that that's not how the process works?
They do not hold beds for that length of time.
Okay. And so then he was advised to take her to the emergency department or call 911?
Correct.
And was that the last contact that the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic had with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
You were never advised or got any messages from her after she went to McLean, did you?
No. We did check.
Okay. The answer is no. Go ahead.
Did you learn anything about her course of treatment at McLean after the fact?
We had been wondering if she would come back to us. We did review the MASS PMP, which is sort of log of controlled scripts, and we saw that she had medications filled from her previous psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts.
And that would have been,
Object to move to strike. It's not responsive to the question about McLean. She's now talking about
Overall.
so the Mass PMP, what is that?
It is a database that shows when patients fill controlled scripts such as benzodiazepines.
And as a prescriber that has a DA license, you're able to review that information for any patient?
Yes.
And so after the 30th, when the call came in about going to McLean, you're able to identify that she was prescribed additional medicines by a different prescriber?
Yes.
And she never came back to the clinic?
Correct.
During all of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, did she always present with clear linear thinking?
Yes.
Was she able to express to you her concerns and ask appropriate questions when necessary?
Yes.
And was she able to advocate for herself and express that she had some knowledge base about some of these medications?
Yes.
And at no point during the time that she was your patient or that she was at the clinic, did she ever indicate that she was had a plan to kill herself or harm her children? Did she?
No.
Thank you. There's nothing further.
All right. Counsel, can I see your sidebar? Going to excuse you till around 2 o'clock. Same instructions, no research, no talking about this case. I hope everybody has a nice little break here. We'll see you back here right around 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all rise. Judge, notebooks, place on chairs, please. This way.
That's from Angela, so just so you know, I might have to do something because they won't let me paid.
Okay.
Doing the process.
Here's the next of the quorum.
All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till around 2 o'clock.